Chapter 181, Shaping the Military Soul. Isn't this basic training? In the vast silver training field, the strong wind blew Mu Yuan's hair. His dark blue sleeves waved in the wind, making a rustling sound. Staring at the figure in the distance, he wasn't tall, yet his aura was extraordinarily terrifying, like a giant standing tall there, exuding an indescribable oppressive force, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. If an ordinary lord was here, they might not even be able to stand steady and would only tremble. Is this the power of a real strong person, a great lord's strength? Despite the neutralization of the rules, the power of the fourth order leader level could still be vaguely perceived. Many players, even official staff members and old lords, have no chance to witness this power. Mu Yuan had seen the tip of the iceberg of elite power. As Shen Linglong saw, even though she was balanced by the rules, such sparring battles were still unfair. She still had many advantages. Accumulation of time, technology, experience, realm, these could not be balanced. However, Mu Yuan was not talking about fairness. An epic life is an existence that surpasses the top tier, and is even more unpredictable. Duo Lai base template, first mode. His hair began to extend and fall to his waist. He was using the new combination mode to its limit and he had no time to care about some trivial matters. Within his body, the power surged in waves, and the energy pool was growing rapidly. Twice. 3 times. 6 times. 10 times. The flood of energy was uncontrollable, overflowing around him, scraping the air around him to ignite sparks. Like Shen Linglong, a light flame rose around him, but not so defined. Then, Mu Yuan breathed again, closed his eyes, and suddenly opened them. In his pupils, a deep blue soul flame was swirling, sweeping the nothingness. Rumbling. Behind him, a magnificent and grand mountain peak appeared. From a distance, it seemed like a snowy mountain covered with pure white. But on closer inspection, it was not snow, but piles of white bones covering the grey-black ground of the mountain. At the same time, a brown long spear, formed by the power of evil, floated in the palm of his hand which he was holding in the air. He lightly held it, pointing the spear tip. His entire state had risen to its peak. Boom! 2 raging forces, like tidal waves, surged forward, collided over thousands of meters, and squeezed out visible arc-shaped ripples on the ground in front of them. The ripples, like ripples on water, spread out in waves. Here I come! Shen Linglong roared excitedly, like a savage beast, and under her step, the firm, thick ground capable of withstanding an elite-level blow, also cracked open. Her entire body shot out like a cannonball. From above, the 2.5-meter-long war halberd heavily chopped down. According to Mu Yuan's usual practice, he would first dodge and probe, figure out the opponent's tactics, then he would thrust his spear viciously for a lethal blow. But as soon as he tried to dodge, it was as if he had hit a wall. The air from all directions became viscous, like a wall, like a cage, binding him whole within it. This was the power of artistic conception. He had been locked in. He had to fight head-on, physically. Fortunately, he had chosen the Rakshasa template as his main battle method. The power of evil surged, blowing his wildly fluttering black hair. Against the backdrop of this rich dark brown smoke, he seemed to step out of the underworld, a demonic god, thrusting his long spear, and the ultimate power burst out from the spearhead. The next moment, Mu Yuan's face changed slightly. The majestic power of evil was shattered by the war halberd. The huge force from the war halberd continued to bombard his spear tip, smashing the entire evil spear almost to cracks, and his tiger mouth was also buzzing and cracking. This power. Although Duo Lai was not a power-type player, it had devoured the earth rock dragon and other rare ingredients, as well as various treasures materials. Its power was not outstanding compared to the vast amount of energy, but it was definitely not weak. Mu Yuan's own power, loaded with Duo Lai's base template, his power was stronger than many warlord-level powerhouses. However, at the same level, he still couldn't take a hit from Lord Linglong. Is this the power of a top great lord? He exclaimed. He had to disperse the evil spear and then reconvene it, grab the shaft of the spear and repeatedly thrust it, exchanging speed and frequency for power, to barely catch this heavy blow. He still fell back a dozen steps, leaving clear shoe prints on the hard floor. However, Shen Linglong was also surprised. Was there someone who dared to take her chopping head on? She had never encountered this when she fought with other great lords. The most key point was that Yuan had actually, really withstood it. This was her burst posture, strengthened by strategic talent, and gathered into a perfect realm blow. As if she was like an invincible and lonely strong woman, who saw another unparalleled powerhouse, and the shining light in her eyes almost materialized. Especially, this opponent even went with her head on, which she liked the most. Shen Linglong stepped forward, the exceptionally heavy war halberd in her hand was as light as a toy. She swung it, sweeping and severing, stirring up gusts of wind. Yuan didn't want to dodge. He had Duolas base template and Rakshasa's evil body. He considered himself superior in speed. But he just couldn't avoid it. This was the huge gap between the beginner-level artistic conception and the perfect realm. On the other hand, his gun intent could only allow him to exhibit 30% more power and destructive power on the basis of fully exerting his body's strength. But Shen Linglong possessed a perfect realm. She could increase her power by 150% in the case of perfect performance. This was the gap. Yuan still had a method, his power was insufficient but he could make do. However, in the midst of the battle, he suddenly found himself immersed in an extraordinary state. He continued to parry the giant halberd's strikes head-on. Blood seeped from the cracked skin of his hands, only to quickly heal under the power of the evil body. With every thump of his opponent's strikes, he was sent flying backward. His body was numb from the violent shocks, but his eyes sparkled brighter and brighter, until a certain moment. Boop! It felt as if his spear had pierced through a layer of paper. The gun artistic conception, which had reached the beginner-level peak, finally entered the small achievement level and was upgraded from ordinary gun intent to indomitable gun intention, a superior artistic conception, which empowers its wielder with resilience against adversity. Wait a minute, why is it called indomitable gun intention? With his breakthrough, Yuan began to ponder. He recalled the 2 times his gun intent progressed the fastest during his time in the hero duel arena, facing the charmer at the gatekeeper, and here and now, continuously suppressed by Shen Linglong. Weren't these experiences shaping his gun intent to be unyielding? Damn it! But, it's my turn now. With his breakthrough in gun intent, he was able to break free from Shen Linglong's suppression and lock. His figure blurred and he transformed into haze, evading as the giant halberd sliced down at his former location. Without his resistance, the sturdy floor cracked and collapsed inward, creating a pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters. In the midst of the scattered debris, Shen Linglong, wielding her giant halberd, charged out once again. Yuan dodged again. Evade, 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 all he did was evade. Compared to the struggle facing Shen Linglong's strikes head-on, he found utilizing speed and the advantage of his evil body to evade far less taxing. But Shen Linglong was unsatisfied. Fight me head-on. Why are you running away? As you wish. Yuan stopped evading, clenching his hand around the spear handle while his body surged with the strong power of evil. He was very clear that even after his breakthrough in gun intent, his power could not surpass Shen Linglong's. She was obviously a strength-type fighter. So be it. Buzz. Behind him, the mass of bones that made up Wraith Sacred Mountain became dense. Countless skeletons, numbering in the hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands, crawled out from their final resting places. They cackled and howled, chanting the name of Emperor Deadbone, no, Emperor Yuan. Before, Yuan only had the territorial boost of the Wraith Sacred Mountain, but now he harnessed his talent of undead domination to assimilate the powers of countless undead, making them his own. An endless surge of power was filling him up. Energy raged and roared within his body. 10-fold. 20-fold. 30-fold. 100-fold. This spear, I call it the Dark Dragon. The spear strike transformed into a lifelike dark brown giant dragon, roaring as it charged toward Shen Linglong. At that moment, Shen Linglong experienced what Yuan had before. The oppressive force of the dark dragon made the space around her viscous and sluggish, leaving her nowhere to hide. She didn't intend to hide. But her rich battle experience made her judgment clear, with her current power, she would not be able to handle this strike. She could only rely on the second stage transformation. Bring it on! She roared, her voice growing louder. Simultaneously, her body emitted a cracking sound as if she had unleashed some sort of limitation. Her slender arms swelled abruptly, expanding circle after circle, until they were thicker than Yuan's thighs in an instant. Yet her armor wasn't ripped apart. Instead, it stretched with her expanding body. In a blink, Shen Linglong, who was petite and only about 1.6 meters tall, transformed into a giant over 2 meters tall, brimming with robust muscles, like a brawny Barbie. Hiss! Mu Yuan gasped, gripping the evil spear tightly in his hands and pushing it forward again for a second burst of power. The dark dragon and the glowing figure, now enveloped in a halo of orange flame, collided, creating a vast surge of energy. In the midst of the chaos, Shen Linglong's giant halberd trembled as the two energies clashed and neutralized each other. However, when the orange flame was close to fading, more than half of the dark dragon still remained. Despite her tenacious fighting spirit, Shen Linglong was starting to feel uneasy. Could a newcomer really possess such robust and enduring energy? Is that even possible? The dark dragon dove down. All Shen Linglong had time to say was, "Oh no," before the wave washed over her, and she was blown back several kilometers. As she flew through the air, blood burst out. Her hulking form quickly deflated, returning to her usual petite stature. With a thud, she crashed heavily to the ground. It took her several seconds of struggling to sit up, but her body was soaked in blood, and her armor was torn. Thrilling! Let's go again! She yelled. Mu Yuan. After several more battles, Shen Linglong declared herself satisfied. Mu Yuan was also satisfied. With several full-powered attacks and Shen Linglong, the perfect super punching bag, his progress was rapid, with noticeable improvement in both skills and strength. This was why, even when Shen Linglong transformed right at the beginning of their fights, he was still able to overpower and thrash her. Shen Linglong branded punching bags, those who've used it loved it. He just couldn't understand why some people enjoyed getting thrashed. By the way, don't you have a domain? If she had a domain, he would undoubtedly be the loser. Shen Linglong. She said, if I had a domain, I would have reached the legendary realm long. So, domains were that hard to comprehend? Mu Yuan had read about this in some documents. Among the 3 preconditions for reaching the legendary realm, having a body beyond limits was the easiest. As long as you had a solid foundation, complemented with sufficient resources and treasures, it could be achieved at the 4-order peak. Next was the light of will. The most difficult was the domain. He could ignore the exceptional case of dead bone, but I Lo had already mastered the domain. Doesn't that seem very simple? Well, he would worry about it once he mastered it himself. He looked at Shen Linglong. Now, can I use the training time? No problem, tell me, what kind of training environment do you want? She stated simply. Special privileges couldn't be granted to others. However, inviting outsiders into one's training space and arranging monster enemies based on their requests could achieve the same effect. There were some places with such special features. Many great lords used them to provide special training for their offspring. Very soon, the vast silver-white battle space changed dynamically into an endless grassland. On the grassland, figures of iron-clad scorpions and nuns began to appear. Mu Yuan also sent there 100 of the elite warriors from the Undead Legion. They were led by Undead, Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and others. Of course, Dead Bone was only responsible for commanding and providing minimal power output. It wouldn't use any major attacks. This wasn't its personal show. Only with everyone's combined efforts could the army soul embryo be sculpted in the shortest time possible. Very soon, the giant scorpions, skeleton generals, and skeleton morticians clashed together. The enemy was on the outer circle, while their legion was on the inner circle. The battle situation was extremely intense and brutal. At Mu Yuan's request, there were a total of 1,000 units of iron-clad scorpions plus nuns, but their levels were somewhat lowered, being just at the entry level of elites. This was very suitable for the soldiers to sharpen their skills. He and Shen Linglong were standing in the air, overlooking from different spatial dimensions. You want to cultivate an army soul. Shen Linglong was an expert, and she recognized Mu Yuan's intent right away. She was surprised by the strength of this legion. Although each one of them was of a lower grade, they had great potential. Indeed, they lived up to the title of a man whose talent was no less than that of Lady Han Yu. However, your elite forces are too low level. As someone who has experienced it, I'm telling you that you won't be able to generate an army soul like this. You need to first train them up to the 2nd level, get them to awaken their spiritual wisdom, then there's a chance to form an army soul. What you're doing is a waste of time and energy. If the soldiers haven't awakened their wisdom, they won't even be able to polish their combat skills. She didn't comprehend, a distinguished person like Mu Yuan, Why didn't he understand this? Was he too impatient? That wouldn't work. She knew the proverb to do a good job, one must first sharpen one's tools. She earnestly advised him. Well, the key point was, Yuan was a junior that Sister Cold Moon had set her eyes on. She couldn't just stand by and watch him deviate from the path. She would guide him back to the right path. Hey? What? Before she finished her words, her eyes widened in surprise. She was staring at the black undead legion. Above it, black fog was gathering and surging, as if something was about to be condensed out of it. An army soul embryo is about to be formed. She was just saying it was a waste of time and energy. Shen Linglong rubbed her eyes, which she had stretched to their maximum, and carefully stared at everything without blinking, fearing she would miss any details. The battle continued. The giant scorpions and nuns died in droves, but Shen Linglong quickly summoned new ones, stabilizing the total number at 1,000. The skeleton generals and resentful spirits, as well as the more elite forces, also fell one by one in the battle. However, they stepped back onto the battlefield under the redeployment of Yuan. This way of training was more efficient than simple and brutal battles. Very quickly, at least it was quick in Shen Linglong's opinion, but Yuan didn't think it was that fast. After more than an hour of continuous fighting, there was a change. The surging black fog suddenly concentrated and solidified into a mysterious object. A somewhat vague shadow of the giant sword buried in the grave mound. Ding! Notice, your undead legion has formed the army soul embryo dead sword tomb. Please explore and understand its effect yourself. The army soul embryo was genuinely formed. Shen Linglong finally dared to blink, but she looked at Yuan with greater shock. Forming an army soul with such a primitive army? What a miracle! He was truly a man whose talent was on par with Sister Cold Moon. Wait, even Sister Cold Moon couldn't form an army soul at this stage. Did that mean Yuan was even above Sister Cold Moon? You. However, Yuan seemed not to realize how extraordinary his achievement was. His expression was casual, as if it was expected, and he even said nonchalantly. After more than 10 or 20 life and death battles, we've just formed the army soul embryo. Isn't this basic training? Then how about her situation, leading her army through hundreds of battles over 2.5 years, before finally forming her first army soul embryo legion? What was she? Chapter 182 Tianyuan 1.01 version Mao. While Shen Linglong was still doubting life, Yuan continued to focus on the battlefield. The army soul embryo was already shaped, but the valuable 10-hour training time should not be wasted. If it was his own time, Yuan would save it slowly, but since it was Lord Linglong's, if he wanted to use it next time, he had to specifically ask her to open the training field. What a bother! He decided to continue training. The Undead Legion, which has just shaped the army soul embryo, also needs appropriate combat to solidify its realm and become familiar with the use of army soul power. Let the battle commence. But when the nuns riding iron-clad scorpions rushed in, it was as if they had hit an indestructible rock. Boom! The scorpion cars were flipped over, and the skeleton general who was in the front line and collided with the scorpion, his figure wavering slightly before steadying itself. He took a step forward, swinging his giant sword horizontally. Thick undead energy gathered on the blade, this energy flowing like water. The skeleton general, who was only at first order level 6, swung his sword. In front of him, an already second order elite level iron-clad scorpion had its pincers broken just as it raised them. It seemed as if a sharp knife easily sliced through a fragile decaying wooden plank. After breaking the pincers, the skeleton general swung another ordinary sword, and ended the giant scorpion. The massive body of the scorpion dissolved into specks of light and scattered. A second scorpion quickly replaced the empty position and lost its head a few seconds later. Situations like this were happening elsewhere on the battlefield, each skeleton general seeming as if it was bestowed with divine power. At this time, possibly deducing the strength of their opponent, dozens and hundreds of nuns began to simultaneously unleash holy light. They did not possess army soul, but dozens and hundreds of beams of holy light coming together still formed a brilliant and robust celestial light that fell on the foremost rank of several skeleton generals. Sizz! Sizz sizz! White smoke rose from the skeleton general, and from its open mouth came a ring of smoke, but its spirit remained high, and its combat power still strong. Visibly, the brilliant holy light that fell down disintegrated into countless parts the moment it made contact, with most of it being blocked by an invisible force. The remaining part also split into many threads, with only one thread falling on this skeleton general. The damage it brought was even less than the normal situation, a single nun's purifying light. Just like this, within a few hundred seconds, the undead legion crushed and wiped out all enemies without any resistance. But this is far from the legion's limit. After shaping the army soul embryo, the entire legion indeed received a significant promotion. Yuan opened the panel, browsing the prompt message. After several tests and battles, the description of the army soul embryo started to become clearer. Dead Sword Tomb. Grade, Army Soul just shapes the form. Description, the army with army soul has seamless cooperation among all soldiers and can perfectly exert the whole army's power. At the same time, when the soldiers resonate with one heart to form the shape of the army soul, it will have the following effects. Copyright: any soldier can gather a part of the power from the rest of the army, and there is no loss in energy transfer among soldiers in the army. Copyright: the whole army is united as one, and it can perform a combined attack. Copyright: when a soldier received a fatal blow, as long as the attack does not exceed the army's tolerance limit, the damage can be shared by the entire army. Note 1, there is a time limit on the army soul's manifestation. Note 2, when led by a hero, the army soul has a longer duration and a higher maximum effect. Note 3, engaging in battle and infusing corresponding resources can promote the army soul form. When the army soul is promoted from form level to complete level, abilities that are compatible with the army's characteristics will be developed according to the army's traits. After the training was over, Yuan thanked Shen Linglong, who was still doubting life and drawing circles, and bid her farewell. He returned to his home. The land of challenge still had one chance left to challenge, but he decided not to take it for now. He was too tired today, so he will do it another day. Just with the formed army soul and the unmatched strength of General Deadbone, challenge again. The 4th level should be easily crossed. The 5th level can't stop me either, he said. However, he's not as much of a battle addict as Shen Linglong, who would always be in the land of challenge. These days, while he is cultivating and Deadbone is leading the army, exploration is not halted. Tianyuan territory has many talents now. The front-line legions are busy, there are second-line soldiers hunting monsters and exploring further. Besides the previous explorations, the field of vision of Tianyuan territory has expanded a lot. Ilo also purposely left the territory and followed a few journeys with the exploration legions and transport legions, and drew a more precise map that covered a wider area. This 6.0 version of the map, Ilo also infused a special power. It was labeled as Advanced Tier Equipment in the City Lord's Appraisal. Yuan slowly unfolded this paper soaked in a special liquid. The paper was light yellow, like an old parchment scroll, and only the center was painted. It took up about 1/10 of the total map. The scenery was very intricate and tiny, as if embroidery on a palm-sized area, indistinct at first. However, as Yuan injected energy into it, the whole map seemed to come alive, light magnified and interwoven upon it, revealing a clear, discernible three-dimensional landscape. The center of the landscape was the current Tianyuan territory. Buildings such as the City Lord's Mansion, the Mage Tower, and the Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower were vividly etched onto it. He began to zoom out to see the scene outside the territory. To the south, about 600 kilometers away in a straight line, was the nearest trade town, Shilling Town. To Tianyuan territory, an intricate path was marked leading to it. Between Tianyuan territory and Shilling Town, there were 2 landmarks indicating territories. One was an official territory, the information was public but it was small in scale, the other was a village-level territory that was accidentally discovered by Jun during his reconnaissance. It was only 100 or 200 kilometers away from Tianyuan territory. Its development and construction background was relatively backward and it was still struggling with the surrounding large monster camps. The chosen territories marked on the map were far more than these 2. To the southwest of the territory was a swamp. Crossing the former Snake Man tribe territory and going west, there was another newly added territory from his period. This territory seemed slightly stronger, having already cleared the monsters within a 10-kilometer radius. Yuan gazed at it, his fingertips gently sliding over each territory. The southwestern swamp is just an ordinary area for the current Tianyuan territory, not very dangerous, and its range is only a few hundred kilometers, not very large. But the dark forest to the west. The dark forest was actually a tail to the territory stretching south into the vast Taishan Alliance. At first glance, the southern territory seemed safer, but in fact, it was not. The dark forest was marked by the Taishan Alliance as a high-risk area. No new lords would be born here and it was forbidden for most players. According to rumors, there was a truly terrible lord-level power active within it. A real lord. Unlike the little tribes like the Snake Man tribe that dared to claim sovereignty over a small patch of land. The Dark Forest Lord was referred to as the Goblin Kingdom 1. As to whether there was a whole kingdom, Mu Yuan had no way of knowing. He only knew that the Tai Xian Alliance garrisoned troops outside year-round, which indicated the strength of this Lord Goblin. Mu Yuan naturally had no intention of risking exploration into the Dark Forest. Fortunately, the Dark Forest was extremely vast, and his place was not even on the fringe, making it very far from the core dangerous areas. To the east, there were many hills, but resources were relatively scarce. Exploration teams picked up few treasures and resources after a full day. Additionally, climbing up and down a mountain was time and energy consuming. The main direction of exploration for Tianyuan territory was naturally to the north. There are several monster tribes and the roots of corruption along the way, some of which have been purged. Although the harvest of various rare items, equipment, and props was not high value, the total was still substantial due to the accumulation. He sold most of the rare remnant souls, keeping only a few he found useful, such as the remnant soul of the griffin. Mu Yuan also brought appropriate rare materials to the blacksmith's shop, asking Master Li to forge and enhance them, continuously arming the generals of Tianyuan territory. During their explorations they had also discovered some formidable foes. At the coordinates, 101,233, there is a formidable wandering monster, the mountain giant. It's over 40 meters tall, its level is unknown but definitely very high. This was found by Jun from afar during his scouting, it scared him to the point where he almost fell from the sky. Mu Yuan had no intention of provoking this formidable foe. The risk was too high, there could be a complete wipeout and, there were no treasures or valuable resources nearby, so there was no point in fighting. He marked this location as forbidden. At the coordinates, 85,197, there is a suspected powerful monster tribe. The reason it was labeled as suspected was because while the exploration team found the tribe's watchtower and outpost, there was no sign of the tribe itself. From many details, it could be inferred that this tribe was stronger than Spider-Woman tribe. These two were merely the more noticeable formidable foes, the areas not particularly marked in red on the map did not represent safe areas. Apart from the formidable foes, the map also recorded several special places. Marked in yellow, this means that the level of danger is uncertain, but there is a chance of gaining larger rewards. As Mu Yuan controlled Jun's flight, he cast his gaze on one such area. There was an ancient ruin half buried in a mountain recess, with an enormous stone platform, over 30 meters in diameter, carved with esoteric patterns, outlining the shape of the Star of David. Around it, several broken puppets were scattered. These were puppets that guarded this ruin. When Deadbone explored and discovered this place, he simply cut them down. However, what to do next stumped the General Deadbone. Subsequently, due to being busy with other things, the research on the ruin was put on hold. Ilo said, I went there the day before yesterday for research and found that this stone platform seems to be a teleportation formation, and it has not been completely destroyed, but activating it. She shook her head. Mu Yuan, too, was not entirely clueless. To repair and activate this kind of platform, one would either have to possess a strong professional knowledge and certain prerequisite technical information, or use force to break it, with force referring to a special power, whatever the platform lacked could be replenished. If it could be done, one could follow another route to briefly activate it. Perhaps after Ilo evolves, let her take a look at it again. Chapter 183, Today's Langzing. Langzing, within a rented stand-alone villa. Buzz. A faint ripple in space expands, from which a tall figure steps out. Haven't been here for a few days, and there's dust all over the place again. Mu Yuan uses his template power, and breezes emerge from his fingertips. Under his delicate control, this breeze sweeps across the room, stirring up the dust on the floor and desk, causing pencil holders to roll off and papers to rustle. After a while, a dust-filled grayish-black wind ball flew over from a distance and fell into a trash can far away under his guided finger. Right, I forgot to take out the trash a few days ago. Mu Yuan sighed. His attention has fully shifted to the eternal world, just like those old lords and senior lords. The difference is, most of the old lords have set up their own teams and companies in reality. In contrast, the lonely Lord Shepherd doesn't even have a maid, failing to take care of things in the real world. Facing this situation, lords who are whales have backgrounds, having formed teams early on. The lords of humble origin are also eligible to recruit other players to work for them. However, the players they can recruit are limited in capability and not particularly loyal. As for Mr. Mew, he certainly can't just casually hire players. For me, of course, it's more comfortable to use 100% of my own people. Besides, I don't have to pay extra salaries. He had the idea of summoning a few competent soldiers to the real world to handle affairs for him. For this, Yuan specially printed Xian Country Geography, Langxing Chronicles, Modern Clothing, Xian Country's daily greetings and other data on special paper and ink, and sent them into the eternal world. Now, he can pick one or two elites to come to reality to work. Yuan opens the panel, scans the list of units, and ponders. There are quite a few units in Tianyuan that have awakened their self-consciousness. But most of them lack common sense. The real choices are only a few. Sophia, Daisy. They have real-life experiences after all, so learning about unfamiliar things is much quicker than Lu, 17, and others. They won't make comically mistaken common sense like 17. The most suitable person is actually Ilo. A few days ago, she came out and used her special capturing method to replicate some movies from Langxing. She projected them in the Tianyuan territory, adding some color to the entertainment life of the territory. Ilo, the all-purpose tool girl. However, Ilo is busy at work. Summoning her to reality would be a waste. Yuan considered and communicated with Sophia via spiritual link. They both indicated that they could. Lord, pick me ah. No, you can't, your score on the modern theory exam is not as high as mine. Daisy folded her arms and tilted her neck slightly upwards, her fluffy foxtail swinging back and forth. She laughed proudly. However, the foxtail is quite conspicuous. There are indeed some fantasy creatures on Langxing now, strutting down the streets. Yuan recently saw a scantily clad elf girl in a TV commercial. It's unclear whether she's a real elf or a player who's gradually becoming more elvish after using a high-order elf heritage. Fantasy creatures aren't that strange on Langxing, but they're somewhat conspicuous and it would damage Yuan's reputation. How would he chat with other female players in the future? He could only tell Daisy, next time for sure. When the work calms down, I'll take you guys on a team-building trip. Daisy, 0R2. Thinking of this, Yuan began the summoning ceremony. Perhaps because Sophia has already received his evolution blessing and their contact has become extremely close, the process of summoning her across the border is quite easy. Mysterious array patterns spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Sophia, dressed in a black dress and wearing a linen sun hat, appeared in the basement of the villa, looking around with wide eyes. After a while, she came to her senses, lifted the hem of her dress slightly, and curtsied, "Good afternoon, Lord." Yuan took Sophia out of the basement and gave her several tasks with a few sentences. Yes, your top priority is to learn. Learn to use tools like a computer, and collect information and purchase various remnant souls through forums. Handing these tasks over to the assistant, Lord Shepherd can relax a lot more. He also has an idea to set up a company like the old lords. The core staff will, of course, be 100% his own people, but some peripheral personnel can be recruited to expand the channels for making money. There's no hurry. Leaving the little assistant to study on her own, Yuan stepped out. He had agreed to meet with old brother Mai Wa today to make a big deal about the remnant souls. After jogging out of the neighborhood, the first of the new generation small town level lord excelling with numerous troops, Yuan skillfully scanned the code, rode a shared bike and left. It's a good thing Sophia didn't see this, otherwise she would probably be speechless. This is also why Yuan thinks there's a need for a fair amount of manpower and show in the real world. Business is hard to do without enough pretense. After a few months, Xian country has changed quite a bit. On the distant big screen, an ad is playing. The spokesperson for the body wash is not a celebrity, but a double-winged angel, whose skin is as white and smooth as milk. A pure and holy glow emanates from her body. XX body wash, even angels say it's great. Yuan. Isn't this false advertising? He was very certain. Angels are legendary creatures, even rarer than giant dragons. They are at least of epic tier creatures. Yuan wouldn't say that no one in the whole of Taishan possesses such epic units, but they certainly wouldn't be put out to film commercials. However, the name of angels is indeed well known. Scaring ordinary people who only know a little about the supernatural world seems to be extremely effective. Angels. Here was a manifestation of the great changes that had taken place on Langxing. The celebrities of old no longer held the allure of the past. Instead, present-day endorsements and product placements were either done by angels, high elves, or a number of famous transcendent beings. In the streets, he spotted individuals in training suits or armor from time to time. However, it has become much more desolate than before, it seems because of the increasing number of cases. He also saw some individuals wearing black vests, likely player enforcers, patrolling the streets occasionally. The situation was evidently becoming graver. He wanted to lend a helping hand, but as a weak, insignificant small-town level lord as he currently was, he was powerless in the face of such a worldwide transformation. All he could do was to quickly enhance his strength. Otherwise, even being a lord, he could be overturned like a flatboat amidst a cataclysmic event in an instant. Before he realized, Yuan had arrived at his destination. A restaurant operated by a retired lord. Here he met old brother Miwa, and through old brother Miwa he was introduced to a commissioner from the Chamber of Commerce. From this commissioner, Yuan intended to purchase 1,000 malicious remnant souls. 1,000 malicious remnant souls? Young Lord Mu certainly is ambitious. Minister Chen was a man of the world, he certainly knew that buying this many remnant souls wasn't for recruiting purposes. The greatest likelihood was that they would serve as sacrificial offerings or consumables. Whether it's sacrifice-oriented treasures or buying 1,000 of them at once, both indicated that this young lord was ambitious and capable. He was likely among the top-notch individuals in the golden rankings. Considering the higher difficulty of making it among the golden rankings this year, Lord Yuan's potential was not inferior to the new talents in the rankings of past years. Minister Chen said with a smile, "Our one-handed Chamber of Commerce, of course, has 1,000 malicious remnant souls." However, his words made a turn. These typical one-star remnant souls are considered consumables and are not often stockpiled. It can only be brought together from all various places, which requires quite an amount of time. Yuan picked up the implication of Minister Chen. He had done his homework prior to coming here. Simply put, the profit from the individual sales of regular one-star remnant souls was too low. This type of business wasn't one the large chambers of commerce liked to engage in. These corporations would rather sell a handful of rare remnant souls. After some bargaining, Yuan bought 70 sentinel remnant souls, 60 archer remnant souls, and 7 nuns remnant souls from Minister Chen. Total worth of 132 soul crystals. Hiss! Old brother Miwa, at the side, gasped. What a grand transaction! The rumor of Yuan getting the backing of a wealthy woman was indeed accurate. Minister Chen was taken aback that the young lord in front of him made such a big purchase so readily. The thought of wondering whether the young lord could afford the amount of goods now crossed his mind, and he felt obliged to inquire again. "Sure, we can sign the contract and pay the deposit at any time." Minister Chen wore a smile. "Good. Since friend here is so generous, I shouldn't take advantage. Let's round down the number, I'll only take 125 soul crystals from you." The most expensive of them were indeed the nuns' remnant souls. Nuns were amongst the rare and valuable kind of soldiers in the rare one-star category and were hard to come by outside. Since he had the opportunity to buy them here in the one-handed Chamber of Commerce, well, it was mainly because he couldn't resist the urge to splurge, so he went on a shopping spree. Having witnessed how hundreds of nuns in the land of challenge enhanced the view, how grand and spectacular the power of holy light was, Yuan was rather envious. Nuns were the lowest-ranked soldiers with the power of holy light. He might not have the chance to assemble an army of hundreds of nuns, but to train 10 holy light master sacrifices to form a luxury girl band didn't seem difficult. When the human race had more soldiers, there would be evolution points. Then, one would be well-to-do. Ilo would also be able to evolve soon. He believed that once she had evolved, her work efficiency could improve significantly. Once the considerable transaction was settled, Yuan began to eat. Even though the dishes here couldn't compare with those in the restaurant within the secret realm of the Lord of Hanyu City, whether in terms of the ingredients or culinary skills, they were not bad, given that he didn't have to pay for the meal. Old brother Miwa commented, "This year's newly appointed lords are said to be doing well. Within the chamber, we've re-ranked the top 10 newly appointed lords. Aside from the mysterious big boss Tian Yuan firmly holding onto the first position, the rankings of the remaining new lords are fluctuating significantly." Really? Yuan hadn't really paid attention to these. Speaking of which, Was the new rookie top 10 leaderboard before the trial also ranked by the one-handed Chamber of Commerce? To be fair, the accuracy of the information was quite high, only that they left him out. For instance, Lord Shuangtian, who is now ranked 4th, he is a dark horse that rapidly came into the limelight. Mu Yuan attempted to recall but realized he didn't have much impression of him. He then heard old brother Mai Wa continued, previously, he ranked 24th on the golden rankings, quite a distance away from the top 10. However, a few days ago, he encountered Lord Dari in the special secret realm of dueling souls. They had a battle of wills in which Lord Shuangtian crushed Lord Dari with 3 consecutive victories. In that battle, each of Lord Shuangtian's deputies was extremely powerful, all of them had stepped into the artistic conception level, or even achieved the small achievement artistic conception level. In terms of the strength of the deputies, some analysts within the chamber believe that Lord Shuangtian is even stronger than Wangba and Huan Chao. Mu Yuan sighed in admiration and he casually asked, how did he do it, to have so many artistic conception level experts? Old brother Mai Wa shook his head. At this point, Minister Chen started talking. Lord Shuangtian probably discovered some historical remains of artistic conception. These are huge opportunities. Sometimes, opportunities can be even more important than background and talents. Of course. Minister Chen's words took a turn. Opportunities also require strength to secure. For instance, these historical remains of artistic conception are generally guarded by powerful creatures. The fact that Lord Shuangtian discovered and seized one of these opportunities shows his ability. Lord Dari also once discovered a chance in the form of a historical remains, a special area that re-emerges due to instabilities in the time-space continuum. It's an illusion like intangible reality where explorers have the chance to retrieve historical treasures from it. Unfortunately. He shook his head. At that time, Lord Dari lacked the strength. Not only did he miss the opportunity, but his army also suffered heavy losses during the exploration. Chapter 184, Ultimate Evolution, ILO. Time quickly arrived 2 days later, the official trade time appointed by Mu Yuan and Minister Chen. He hailed a car, taking Sophia out to see the world, and arrived at the same restaurant as their last meeting. This is all the remnant souls, you can count them. Minister Chen said. He didn't come alone today. With him were 2 men in black suits, and a young female secretary in a tight black uniform and skirt, her curvaceous figure outlined impeccably. At his signal, the secretary took out a briefcase and gently opened it. The seemingly small briefcase held a surprisingly large space inside. Numerous remnant souls arranged neatly in it, emanating a lustrous glow that lit up the entire room. Mu Yuan signaled Sophia, who he brought along to gain experience and to make a good impression, to step forward and quickly count the number of remnant souls. Sophia knew well that she was representing her lord's reputation, so she had prepared thoroughly, displaying the grace of a former countess's daughter. She checked meticulously and after a while reported to Mu Yuan, "Boss, everything is in order." Mu Yuan nodded. She then took out a storage bag and handed it to the secretary, whose figure was fuller than hers, but of course, could not compare to Sophia in terms of appearance and temperament. "The remaining soul crystals are in here, please count them." The assistant took it, looking a bit nervous. This was due to Sophia's serious demeanor and the aura of elegance she exuded. The assistant felt inferior. Minister Chen thought to himself, he is indeed worthy of being a newly ascended lord who can afford over 100 soul crystals for a trade. He might be even more outstanding than I thought, with a potential comparable to the top-ranked rookies. Old brother Mai Wa leaned over to Mu Yuan and whispered, "Bro, aren't, why are you still?" He gestured ambiguously, indirectly pointing at Sophia. Mu Yuan. "Get out with your riddles." Old brother Mai Wa helplessly said, "Didn't you accept investment from a wealthy woman? Now you rehiring this young and beautiful female player as your assistant, will there be any problems?" He seemed to mean, don't spoil your relationship with the wealthy woman for a beautiful girl. A wealthy woman could save you 3 to 5 years, or even 30 to 50 years of hard work. Wealthy women are important. Even for a heavy-duty tank, one must endure. One becomes superior by enduring the hardships of life. He also wants to take it easy, but there are no wealthy women who see through his strong and stubborn front. He envies him. Mu Yuan. Mu Yuan, slander, who is slandering me? Old brother Mai Wa, didn't you share the words luxury house last time? Isn't it because you got involved with a rich woman? Mu Yuan. I didn't, don't talk nonsense. But the blueprints for the city lord's mansion were indeed given by the wealthy woman, he who is as honest as I am, cannot refute this. He could only dismiss it with a wave of his hand, no harm, there won't be any problems. Sophia is just my trusted and capable assistant. Old brother my wa paid his respects, I understand. He gave a thumbs up and didn't say more. Wait a moment, what do you understand? The angry fist emoji. After the trade, naturally, it was time for a feast. The table was even more luxurious than the day before, even including rare-level ingredients. Despite the novel preparation techniques, Sophia ate slowly and gracefully. Yuan wanted to eat more to load it into the Duo Li template, but then decided against it. After all, he was the boss. How could he have such a disgraceful thought? It must have been Duo Li's influence. Having eaten and drunk to their fill, Yuan took Sophia and left. He walked ahead with his hands in his pockets, while Sophia followed in step, carrying the briefcase. Night had fallen. Although the streets were somewhat desolate, the neon lights were as dazzling as ever. The brilliant galaxy hung high in the night sky, each star advancing into the vast darkness, much like Langxing's uncertain future. The wind blew by, carrying a hint of alcohol from Yuan's breath. The energy in his body was humming like a furnace, steaming away the tipsiness almost completely. He didn't call a taxi, but continued walking, even leading Sophia into some seldom trafficked alleys. He was merely testing. After all, he had just completed a trade involving over 100 soul crystals, and was now carrying a substantial amount of wealth in the form of remnant souls. For a lord, this was not a lot of money, but for ordinary players, it could be a fortune they couldn't earn in years. Yuan had the capability to contact the major trade unions long ago, being able to scrape together a dozen or so soul crystals even 2 months prior. However, if he had traded in this way, it would have been too risky. Remnant souls, soul crystals, tribute treasures, they could easily attract the attention of veteran players. Although the chances were small, he wouldn't gamble. He would rather be extra careful and take extra time even if it was a bit troublesome. And now? Veteran players? Fugitives? What level are they? He wished he could run into a bounty-hunted criminal. Like Giant Scar with a 400k bounty, he could handle 10 of them. After several battles with Shen Linglong, Yuan had a clear understanding of his own strength. It was still far from the true powerhouses, but in the real world, as long as he didn't venture too far from the city, he could easily protect himself. He didn't even need to lift a finger himself. Sophia alone could kill all criminals. Doing so would be even more low-key. This was also the third reason why he brought her along. Lord Shepherd had prepared 108 contingency plans, leading Sophia through 12 alleyways, 3 secluded parks, encountering a few unspeakable events, and finally, nothing happened. The real world is indeed very peaceful. Yuan let out a sigh, uncertain whether it was relief or regret. Ding! Notification: 10.1 soul crystals for cross-boundary transportation have been deducted. Holding a briefcase, Yuan returned straight to the eternal world, leaving Sophia alone in the spacious villa. Trans-dimensional fee, it's still expensive. This time, he bulk purchased remnant souls from the one-handed Chamber of Commerce, which was cheaper than buying in small quantities. But the price was secondary, what mattered most was the convenience and speed. He quickly got his hands on a bunch of them with just a snap of his fingers. Looking at the glittering pile of remnant souls, Yuan's face was full of smiles, as if a farmer was looking at golden wheat fields. It was the joy of a bountiful harvest. Soon, the evolution points would increase significantly. In due time, he would continue to bulk buy remnant souls at the right opportunity, and a promising future was near. Yuan called over Lu, 17, Niu Si, and Laney, each leading a group of elites to welcome the newbies. The great Lord Shepherd began recruiting. More recruiting and continued recruiting. The Lord's altar only had so much space. In the past, even the recruitment of a few dozen little skeletons could result in some being squeezed off the altar, let alone now. Ding! Past. 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 Group after group of militiamen in light clothing barely revealed their figures before they were immediately taken away and assigned to different squads. Soon, there were more newcomers than veterans. He was fortunate that his Tianyuan territory was adequately staffed. There were already 500 human soldiers, of which more than 2 had budding intellects. Otherwise, it would be hard to manage over 1,000 newly joined members. Even so, Mr. Mew worked from night till morning the next day, busy recruiting and arranging these 1,158 new soldiers. He was tired but happy. Now, the number of human soldiers is almost catching up with the highest undead system and far surpasses the previous second place, the Slime Senes. With this situation, not only Ilo, Lulu, 17 would be able to evolve to the epic tier in a month. In the undead system, there weren't many more generals than in the human system, but the King's Legion needed to be heavily trained and required more evolution points. The next focus was the procurement of little skeleton remnant souls. 2 days later, late at night, the city lord's mansion was brightly lit, reflecting the slender figures of Ilo, and Ilo. She was busy with paperwork. Just as she finished a pile of documents and turned around, Daisy brought another batch. It seemed endless. After all, Tianyuan town was a town with over 3,000 territory citizens and 3,000 to 4,000 soldiers. The arrangement of work for the citizens, conflict resolution, accommodation issues, territory expansion, and many other matters needed to be dealt with. The Tianyuan territory's city lord's mansion was still a simple institution. Ilo had no experience in managing a town. Neither did Mu Yuan. He could only provide spiritual and various learning materials support. I'm grateful that Ilo is capable. Otherwise, the one who would be running around would be me. He heard that the Liver Emperor, a man full of spirit, almost blew himself up. Seeing Ilo working so absorbed, Mu Yuan also picked up some documents to review. When the girl came back to her senses, he said, "Take a break." "I can't. I'm afraid that once I blink, the pile of papers in front of me will grow by a notch," she complained. Looking back, the Lord said that Tianyuan territory was in the initial stage of construction, and there would be a little more work to do. But now, it is a lot more. Bang bang bang. Ilo was not complaining about the heavy workload. She thought it was a rare opportunity to be trusted and realize her ambitions. It's just. At first, the Lord was handling official duties with her. Gradually he left her to do it all alone. She looked at him resentfully. Mu Yuan coughed slightly, "That is showing how capable you are. Let's talk about something important. You remember what I promised you, right?" "Promise?" "Regarding the evolution, I've said that I would cure your bloodline disease and help you go to the next level." Ilo. She stared blankly at him for a moment before asking, "So soon? Do I need to prepare anything?" "Wait, don't we need to bathe and burn incense?" No preparation was needed. There's no need to be polite since they're all of the same kind. Mu Yuan didn't go anywhere else but took Ilo out to the spacious courtyard. "Are we really not preparing anything? This is charging at the epic." She felt it was too casual. As if the epic life she had been pursuing for a long time, yet could hardly catch a glimpse of its shadow, was merely a trifling matter. Give it a sense of ceremony. "Well, you could do a split," he said. Ilo. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Lord point at her forehead gently, and a warm, mysterious, vast, and great power was infused into her. Human evolution points deducted as 5,399 units. In an instant, Ilo turned into a being of light. Her pink hair fluttered, her eyes shone brilliantly, like radiant stars. On her delicate collarbone, her milky white arm, a strange stardust pattern appeared and continually spread to her cheeks. It was as if she entered her ultimate battle mode. But it wasn't her initiative to enter. The next second, in Mu Yuan's sight, in the brilliant white light, those strange stardust patterns fizzled out with azure smoke and faded away without a trace. At this time, the brilliance of evolution finally completely enveloped Ilo. Her specific appearance was no longer visible, a graceful human silhouette could be seen levitating in the glow, beginning to transform. Evolve to the ultimate, Ilo. Embrace your new future. Chapter 185 Chosen Worker. The evolution points Ilo consumed were more than Mu Yuan had imagined. It appeared that, although her symptoms seemed not that severe, her bloodline disease had penetrated deep into the marrow, or maybe there were other hidden dangers in her body. But no matter what they were all eliminated one by one through the evolution transformation. Just like when Dead Bone and Duoli evolved, the epic transformation lasted quite a while, and the pure white light enveloping Ilo grew brighter and brighter. Initially, Mu Yuan could still see a slender silhouette, but gradually there was only light left in front of him. The dazzling white glow made the entire city lord's mansion extraordinarily bright. Nearby, Daisy and others watching were staring, their eyes wide open. Despite the bright light, it didn't hurt their eyes at all. Even standing here, they could feel waves of warmth. The warmth was coming from the evolution light. Within the warm white light, a faint purple glow was rising, implying nobility and reverence. At the same time, the stars in the night sky also shone, shedding visible starlight, which complemented Ilo enveloped in the light of evolution. This was the heavenly changes that only occurred when an epic transformation took place. To Mu Yuan's surprise, it seemed to be even more noticeable than when General Deadbone was evolving. Mu Yuan marveled. Having had rich experience in epic evolution, he had filled the domain interferer building with 99 soul crystals even before the evolution began. At this moment, with the appearance of the heavenly changes, the domain interferer also switched to full power operation mode. Around this needle-like building, several special energy rods had been inserted in special positions. Inscribed with patterns connecting them, they formed an even larger formation diagram, wrapped around the domain interferer. This was an amplification array set up by Ilo, which would enhance the camouflaging ability of this building by 30%. The downside was that when operating at full power, the total soul crystals consumed would be twice as much as before. In the core area of Tianyuan territory, one could see glimmers of starlight falling down, the starlight and the purple mist reflecting each other. Yet, outside the core area, the night was still cold as water. No one knew that an epic life form was being born. Around the same time, in the depths of the wilderness in the Twilight Plain region, inside a certain mountain belly, gears were creaking and turning, the formation patterns on the ground sometimes illuminated. Shen Yao Empire's players in various attires hurriedly walked through it. This was a stronghold that the Eye of Shiny Intelligence Department had established in the outer region of the Tai-Shen Alliance 2 or 3 years ago. Though it appeared small, there were many mysteries concealed within. Even when the wave of red fog came and monsters swarmed, this stronghold was able to resist the infiltration of the red fog. A man holding a black cane and wearing an orange V-shaped mask stood at the highest point. He looked down at the coming and going players. You know what to do, right? Once you find the target, glory and wealth will be within your reach. They had many targets, one of the most important of which was Tianyuan. Their Eye of Shiny Intelligence Department received annual funds from above to infiltrate, spy on, and assassinate Tai-Shen. The funds they received this year were twice as much as those of last year. The Dragon Court competition was just one of the events, and strangling Tianyuan might be more important. If Tai-Shen had another top power player, the resources that Shen Yao could occupy would be reduced again. Although the extent of Tianyuan's progress was still uncertain, and there were countless geniuses who had fallen midway or blended into the masses, but several years ago, they didn't pay enough attention to Han Yu, who rapidly grew from a rising star to a top power player. Now, they could not make the same mistake again. This was far from easy. Even after sacrificing 3 A-grade spies and 11 B-grade spies, the Eye of Shiny Intelligence Department was still unable to ferret out a trace of reality-related intelligence about Tianyuan from Xian country. What Xian country had was more prepared than what they had imagined. If they continued to probe in reality, the intelligence network of their Star Splendor Federation might break. Finally, they resorted to a more powerful method of divination, and instead of directly locking onto Tianyuan, they adopted the method of elimination to narrow down the scope time and again. After a great deal of resources and manpower expense, they finally located Tianyuan territory in the middle of the Twilight Plains. The area was still quite large, but it was still better than finding a needle in a haystack. If 1 month was not enough, then it would be 2 months. If half a year wasn't enough, then it would be a year. Within a year at the latest, they must find out Tianyuan's location. Tianyuan, you've caused the Eye of Shiny to lose so much talent and resources. You really deserve to die. Tianyuan territory, the core zone. The phenomenon of starlight falling gradually receded. The pure white light also gradually revealed Ilo's figure. Ding! Hint, your hero Ilo has bathed in the miracle light and has transformed into the epic life form Guardian of Stars. Hint, your hero Ilo has eliminated risks during her evolution and achieved a perfect completion. Her talent Starlight Body has been enhanced, awakening the advanced skill Meteor Shower and the strategic skill Blessing of Stars. Meteor Shower was a large area destruction skill that could draw power from the stars, thus reducing its own energy consumption when using this skill. This skill compensated for Ilo's deficiency in large-scale damage, probably. In Mu Yuan's view, even if she could draw power from the stars, Ilo would also be depleted after using it twice at most. Instead, the emergence of a strategic skill surprised Mu Yuan. He wasn't sure yet whether this was the inevitable completion of a perfect evolution or that Ilo had been just one step away from it. He took a glance. Blessing of stars, summon the power of the stars to grant true blessings to allies, moderately enhancing their speed and energy for a certain period. The reminder sound didn't stop, it kept ringing over and over. More frequent than when Dead Bone and Duo Li evolved. Reminder, your hero Ilo has awakened the epic skill River of Stars during evolution. Reminder, your hero Ilo has had a small insight, integrates multiple prerequisite skills, and created Starlight Avatar, Starlight Law Sphere. Reminder. In front of him, the light finally converged, and Ilo's floating body also slowly fell. As she set foot on the ground, her eyes opened, seeming to have a galaxy revolving within, like a god standing proudly in the starry dome and looking down on the world. Just kidding. What's more, in her eyes are surprise, joy, excitement, and all kinds of indescribable emotions. She looked at her hands, clenched them hard, rolled up her sleeves, even pulled open her collar and looked down. Those blue lines have really disappeared. When she fully erupted, these blue lines would climb all over her body, and they could be seen on her exposed arms, neck, and even cheeks. It was not that with these star lines, she could enter the eruption mode, but once she went into the bursting state, some diseases in her body were hard to control. Even if she didn't burst, she had blue lines in parts like her chest and lower abdomen before. This was her bloodstream disease, which occasionally brought her sharp pain. Ilo was used to it after so many years, but now. Evolution, symptom removal, she felt like she had taken off a yoke, and never felt as relaxed as now. And she could clearly feel her own strength at this moment. Yes, she is now an epic life. Just like giant dragons and angels, one of those epic lives that could become stronger just by breathing. He. Stop being silly and laugh, try to feel the changes in your power. Mu Yuan had to interrupt her silly laughter and pointed to a few figures sneaking around and peeking not far away. Ilo. Ahem. She coughed, walked in front of Daisy and others, with a serious straight face. What are you all doing? Finished with work? Lian Yu made a funny face and then slinked away. Mu Yuan then loaded the Ilo template, and together with Ilo, they studied her new skills. The strongest skill, of course, is the epic skill River of Stars, at the same level as Dead Bones Wraith Sacred Mountain and Duo Lass Spatial Devour. The ability of this level has already transcended the category of skills and even involves the power of some rules. River of Stars. Explanation: project a vast river of stars with the ability to seal, conceal, and defend. At the same time, the holder can mold their own stars within the River of Stars. The more stars are sculpted, the stronger the power of the River of Stars, and other effects can be derived. Ilo gestured, and the River of Stars appeared, revolving around her. The star river at the initial stage was not big, it seemed to be a ribbon only 10 meters long, brilliantly dazzling. Mu Yuan found that he could step on this ribbon of stars as if stepping on a flying carpet. It was a bit magical. Besides, I also obtained some profound knowledge inheritance during the evolution, but most of these are fragments, and I need some time to sort them out. Ilo said. Mu Yuan asked, how about Starlight Law Sphere and Starlight Avatar? The descriptions of these two skills are also quite vague. The former, gathering beside Ilo's body, like the sphere formed by the art of gathering stars before, except that this one is more solid and can exist permanently. It is like a crafting skill. The Starlight Law Sphere can store a certain number of skills and can be used in combat without chanting and consuming, just like a scroll of magic. However, only the holder can use it. Ilo explained. At the same time, it seems that the Starlight Law Sphere also has the ability to store information and provide computing power. She isn't sure either. Although the skills were created by her and the core was inseparable from the skills she mastered, the evolution also provided some wonderful reactions, which made the entire skill run wild in some ways that she couldn't expect. Starlight Avatar is the super evolution version of the previous puppet doppelganger. She can't exist permanently, and she shares consciousness with my real body, but as long as one more is sculpted, my mental power, my logical thinking power, and my computational ability will double. The Starlight Avatar can also cast many spells, and apart from not being resistant to attacks, her combat power is quite good. Mu Yuan is not concerned about whether the combat power is strong. His attention is completely focused on the mental and processing abilities of the Starlight Avatar, and the starlight law sphere seems to be able to act as a simple computer. Indeed, Ilo is the chosen worker. She alone is a team. The two tested all night and had a good grasp of the new abilities. From a distance, a hint of fish belly white appeared at the end of the sky. Dawn had broken. It's time to start working. Mu Yuan looked at Ilo, showing a warm smile of a boss trusting his employee. Ilo was pondering, she might be stronger than General Duo Lai, and hoping to climb up the combat sequence, but suddenly she shivered. Chapter 186, Obsessions and Remnants Slow. North of the Tianyuan territory, about 100 kilometers away from the border. Here, the mountains are steep and endless. Between two not-so-tall peaks, within a weed-infested land, an old grey stone platform is half buried. With intricate carvings on the stone platform, faint traces of civilization could be discerned. Step, step, step. A black armored troop pushes through thorns and bushes, walking on steep mountains as if they're flatland. A fair amount of weeds have grown since they were last here. A few goblins hiding within the bushes have somehow made their way here. They are disturbed by the heavy footsteps and charge out from the bushes with a roar, with sharpened wooden spears pointed at the leading skeleton general. Snap! The wooden spear breaks. The skeleton general lowers its head, looking down at the goblin that only reaches its knee, casting a large shadow in front and behind it. It stretches out its hand, its large palm gripping the goblin's head, and squeezes tightly. Splat! Very good, very spirited. Lu Lu came from a distance and instructed the group, clean out the surroundings a bit for Miss Ilo's magic operation later. Lu Lu is the temporary commander of this temporary army. Naturally, this is not the trump card battle group, but the second line of elites being prepared to fill the 100-people battle group. As many platoon leaders have self-awareness, Lu Lu, a foreigner, can also command them. Where is General Deadbone? Of course, he is leading the trump card battle group, exploring and expanding step by step at the forefront of the map. General Duo Lai often acts alone, aiming at certain tricky monster groups or wandering powerful monsters. Occasionally, he also takes actions to eliminate and purify small-scale lands of filth. There are also 3 hunting teams, 6 transport teams, moving back and forth in these relatively safe yet monster-infested intermediate areas. The hunting teams are hunting monsters and providing sacrifices while also undertaking second-level exploration tasks. This hidden relic stone platform was accidentally discovered during the patrol of the hunting team. Tianyuan's exploration speed is now several times faster than in the early stage. However, other new lords are not slower in their exploration. They may not be able to form battle groups or teams, but they can hire players to cast a wide net. The historical remains that Lord Dari encountered was discovered by the player he hired. However, the reliability of hiring players is questionable, as they also sold the news of the historical remains to several other lords. Lord Dari rushed into the remnants to get ahead, not fully prepared, and in the end he lost his troops. Dari is not steady enough in doing things. Mu Yuan commented sharply. Despite this, Lord Dari had no choice. He had a choice, so he was steady with every step he took. Mu Yuan observed this circular array platform through the eyes of his battle falcon from different angles. After a while, a streak of light came from a distance. It was Ilo stepping on the River of Stars, commanding the river. Regardless of whether the River of Stars is strong, it seems quite good as a means of transportation. After Ilo landed, she nodded slightly to Lu Lu and several platoon leaders, and soon stepped forward, studied the stone platform intently. Soon, her frowned eyebrows relaxed, revealing confident eyes. Didn't you have no clue some time ago? Mu Yuan asked. Ilo replied in the spiritual link, that's not comparable. Back in those days, I was just ordinary, now, I'm an epic life. Of course, I can see different things. Cough cough. Simply put, to repair this teleportation array, I find it very difficult, but, getting it to run is not difficult. Just like this, and like this. The Great Lord Mu understood. Bit by bit. In short, forcibly activate the teleportation array. Based on this broken array, locate the other side, then use special power to complete it and achieve the purpose of teleportation. Ilo began to probe and operate. She embedded some soul crystals in several positions on the platform and infused energy. The dim blue light gradually brightened, spreading along the array patterns, drawing a teleportation array that's slightly different from the original one. It took a few hours for Ilo to get ready, then confidently announced, "I'm not boasting, but this teleportation portal is definitely going to open. However, the entire platform will be scrapped after one use." Since that was the case, in order to be cautious and not to fall into the same footsteps as Lord Dari, Mu Yuan resisted the urge to immediately open the door. He began to enlist people. General Deadbone, who was tens of kilometers away, handed the command to Hong Yi, and together with several skeleton morticians and resentful spirits, rushed over. General Duo Lai was even farther away, but he shot into the sky and arrived at the site of the stone platform sooner than General Deadbone. In the blink of an eye, Deadbone, Duo Lai, I Lo, the three great generals of Tianyuan, all gathered in this unremarkable place. I Lo officially started working. Using the skill Star Road's gate as a guide, she activated the entire teleportation array. In an instant, strands of deep blue light dispersed. Instead of directly teleporting the targets on the stone platform, it formed a whirlpool-like teleportation gate with a diameter exceeding 3 meters right here. Deadbone immediately resurrected a few crippled little skeletons from the surroundings of the goblin corpses, and commanded them to stumble into the teleportation gate. A moment later, it nodded slightly and dispatched a skeleton general, tentatively stepping into it. "It's okay, let's go." It took big steps forward and stepped into the whirlpool-like light gate. The space opposite the teleportation array was not large, it seemed like a small secret realm. Various kinds of miscellaneous items were piled up in the center, and there were also several experiment tables set up around. Whether it was due to haste or something else, the furnishings here seemed quite messy. Under the effect of time magic, they seemed somewhat old. "I wonder if we can find anything useful," Mu Yuan thought. "Caw caw caw." A strange noise suddenly echoed. Not far away, a pile of seemingly dead objects morphed and transformed, turning into one mechanical guard after another. Even if they are covered in dust, these mechanical guards still possessed significant strength. Boom! The skeleton mortician, who came with Deadbone, promptly attacked, cutting down with a heavy sword, which caused the just awakened mechanical guard, who might still be stiff, to stumble slightly. The mortician then made a fierce step forward. As he threw a forward punch, bone spikes burst out from his shoulder area. Crash 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 crash! In the blink of an eye, the mechanical guard was pierced in mid-air by a robust bone spike, with more than 10 large holes torn open on its body, and its arm broken, scattering parts on the ground. The remaining skeleton morticians and resentful spirits quickly dealt with the awakened mechanical guards without needing the three generals of Deadbone to take action. This was the cream of the crop of Tianyuan. Next, it's time to reap the benefits. Duo Lai rubbed his hands, his big eyes blinking as he looked around. But before he could begin the enjoyable process of scavenging, another anomaly once again occurred. A faint phantom emerged from a deeper place. His figure was somewhat blurry, semi-transparent, and one could vaguely see that he was a man in a robe, holding a hardcover book in his hand. He seemed neither real nor illusionary, somewhat resembling the light shadows circulating on high-tier remnants of souls. But this was not a remnant soul. It's the remnants of obsession. Just as the thought crossed Mu Yuan's mind, a strong momentum suddenly surged from the body of the distant blurry figure. The figure slightly opened his mouth, the pages of the book rustling as a visible ripple dispersed all around. Boom! The skeleton morticians in the near distance, who were as if hit by a truck, were thrown and smashed directly into the surrounding stone walls, leaving human-shaped dents. Their armors and skeletal structures all cracked. Deadbone took 2 steps forward and blocked the incoming ripple with his heavy sword. It looked to both sides, seeing some broken bones was not a big issue for the skeleton morticians, so it didn't need to take action to recover. No, the problem is serious. All around, the piles of miscellaneous items shattered inch by inch under the ripple shock, like withering leaves. The farther experiment tables and rotten bookshelves all broke and collapsed. Duo Lai's eyes turned red. It saw that the figure in the distance was about to flip the pages of the book again. Infuriated, it opened its mouth wide and bit down. Snap! A serrated spatial crack appeared on the blurry figure's body, swallowing him from top to bottom. Crash! Space shattered like a mirror, then healed again. The figure was encapsulated inside, just the right size. At the same time, as Duo Lai killed the remnant of obsession, a faint light ball flew out from the spatial crack and flew straight towards Duo Lai. Duo Lai opened his mouth and swallowed it in one bite. Mu Yuan! You eat everything! But the next moment... Ding! Warning, Duo Lai devoured the power from the remnant of the obsessed. Gain some experience from the previous lives of the strong with obsessions. Warning, your hero Duolai has captured an opportunity and stepped into the semi-domain state. Chapter 187, Large Recruitment Point. Mu Yuan had already remembered the information on Remnant of Obsession. This is a very rare special monster that only has a chance of being born when a strong being dies and their obsession becomes tainted. After killing a remnant of obsession, there's an opportunity to devour and absorb the essence left by it. It's possible to acquire inherited knowledge, advanced skills, and profound techniques. This is similar to an experience stone. But it's also possible to gain artistic conception, physical enhancement, mental enhancement, and other benefits that an experience stone can't offer. Even the key to becoming a legend, the domain realm, can be obtained by absorbing the essence of obsession. It sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Many top powerhouses should be eager to find remnants of obsession everywhere, right? Actually, it's not like that. The essence absorbed from the remnant of obsession not only brings benefits, but also various disadvantages. It can easily make one's soul become impure and power disordered. Otherwise, why call it a part of obsession? Duolai, are you okay? Don't eat randomly, okay? Mu Yuan was a bit worried, and in the spiritual link, he visualized a hand poking Miss Duo. Duolai covered her head innocently, and again sent out the crossed arm slime emoji. Duolai, no problem. Finally, I've also entered the domain realm, hehe. When she heard that Ilo had been promoted to the epic level, she was worried about whether her second place in Tianyuan would be taken. Now it seemed that General Duolai was stronger and unbeatable in the world. Wait. Why is it half-step domain realm? Where's the other half? Come out quickly for me. Duolai was flushed with effort, trying to activate her domain, but, apart from causing a light breeze, nothing else seemed to have happened. She had pushed the door to the domain, but hadn't fully opened it. You're just a little short. General Deadbone said, next, you just have to concentrate and naturally develop your domain with your venue skills. So that's how the door to the domain is opened? General Duolai understood. General Duolai was full of confidence. 10 minutes later, General Duolai began to doubt her existence. General Deadbone also began to question, according to common sense, when everyone got to this point, they should be able to create their domain with their eyes closed. Where did it go wrong? Ilo massaged her forehead. Of course, everything was wrong. The knowledgeable Ilo promptly took out her abundant knowledge and explained meticulously, a domain is a special ability derived from the combination of artistic conception, energy, venue, and self-consciousness. We can divide the birth of a domain into 99 steps. You are currently at about the 60th step. Next, you simply need to do this, then this. 1,200 words omitted, to fully open the door of the domain. So, Duolai, do you understand now? Ilo's mouth curled up. In terms of teaching, she considered herself to be much stronger than General Deadbone. She's Ilo, the one who almost became principal, after all. Many fans admired her lectures back in the day. With that thought, she came back from the pleasure of teaching, only to see Miss Duo looking like she was about to faint. Lord, is this the side effects of Duolai absorbing the essence? She immediately went up to Duolai, gave her a careful physical check, but found that Duolai was very healthy. So why was she looking like this? Ilo fell into deep thought. Mu Yuan didn't fall into deep thought. Instead, he sighed softly, everything's within my expectations. There's indeed no problem with Duolai's body. Probably due to her devouring talent, the essence of the remnants of obsession, which is a mixture of medicine and poison for others, is just edible for Duolai. Not only is she in no danger after devouring it, but she can also absorb more experience and power. That's how she achieved the half-step domain realm. For the remaining half-step, just keep devouring. Is Duolai dumb? Not really. Does Duolai have poor comprehension? Not exactly, she just can't compare with Emperor Deadbone and Ilo. But if Duolai could learn something through other people's explanations, she wouldn't be Duolai. That's right, Guji won. Duolai put her hands on her hips, looking proud. What on earth are you proud of? While Duolai and others began their joyful harvesting process, Mu Yuan started thinking about the recent remnant of obsession. Looking at the results, this remnant's previous incarnation was most likely a top-level powerhouse of 4th order peak, domain realm, or half-step legend, probably stronger than Lord Ling Long. But now that he is reduced to a faint remnant, he seemed pretty weak, easily killed by Duo Lai's attack. The remnant of obsession's power was far from its peak life. In the future, I can look for more information about remnants of obsession. While it's useless for most people, it's not the same for Miss Duo. He could also upgrade to Domain Realm through the Duo Lai template. It's not that he doesn't have faith in himself, but one must learn to use all favorable conditions. Yuan was also manipulating a few skeleton morticians, carefully searching through the experimental tables and cabinets around him, flipping through the entire venue while maintaining it as much as possible. Half an hour later, he began to frown. The place wasn't too large to begin with, roughly the size of half a football field. It didn't take much time to scour through. Most likely due to the passage of time, the books here became decayed, and the bottles of potion had dried up, leaving behind only some degraded crystals. The AoE attack from the lingering remnants of the obsession had damaged and shattered relics scattered on the ground. Duo Lai stamped his foot, damn it. He regretted letting that remnant leave so peacefully. When it came to rewards, this trip allowed Duo Lai to take a step into the domain realm, which wasn't bad, but it was disappointing not to find any valuable items in a secret realm site that was barely functioning. The second round of scavenging began. This time, they scoured every inch of the area, not caring if it got destroyed in the process. But they gained little, only finding about a dozen half-broken rare materials. Ilo imprinted damaged books, hoping to restore them back at home. The gleam of archaeology twinkled in her eyes. Excavating an ancient secret, step by step revealing the truth of the past. This was fascinating. Wait, wasn't she technically an ancient herself? Ilo fell into deep thought. However, Duo Lai walked to where the remnants of the obsession had appeared. Here, his spatial devouring had chewed out an irregular gap, below the floor was rock, and the surrounding area had been searched multiple times, revealing nothing special. Refusing to believe this, Duo Lai stretched his hands into a pair of high-frequency vibrating shovels, buzzing as he started digging. He continued to dig down, following a specific direction. After digging about 30 meters. Thud. His high-frequency shovel hit something, as if it was blocked. Soon, a dusty Duo Lai dragged out a shiny black box measuring half a meter on each side. The box was extremely hard, even a scratch could only leave lightweight marks when Duo Lai's hardened shovel, imbued with electromagnetic vibrations, struck it. Ilo circled around the box, her fingertips glowing as she traced it. This is a spatial security box. Not only does it hold a much larger storage space than a storage ring, but it will also destroy itself when subjected to violent vandalism. We can't forcefully open this box, we have to use skills. Of course, that's not difficult for me. 3 magic spheres appeared behind Ilo, continuously shifting in color. She directed different frequencies of different types of energy towards the security box. After a while, click! The bright black sheen on the box receded like a tide, reducing to only a shiny silver shell. At the same time, the box's lid slowly opened, revealing the roughly 2 square meter space inside. Your treasure hoarding skills, Bentuo approves. Duo Lai thought Ilo was a good teammate. He peeked inside, taking out one item after another. The quantity and variety were plentiful. But Miss Duo recognized many of them: treasure handbook, monster illustrated handbook. They were among the few subjects she could grasp. She wasn't worried about those she didn't recognize, as General Duo Lai always carried enough identification crystals. She narrated. Ding! Obtained, Soul Crystals Xiu. Obtained, Standard Equipment X200. Obtained, Rare Equipment X15. Obtained, Mechanical Guards, Rare, Xiu. Obtained, Mechanical Dragon Flights, Excellence, Dot. Obtained, half of the map of large-scale recruitment location. The treasures were ample, seeming to be the final resource reserves of the person from this secret realm. But since the people here were all dead, Yuan gladly accepted them. Standard equipment could be remolded. Rare equipment would be given to whoever it fit. The mechanical guards seemed decent, with elite-level combat power. Yes, according to Ilo, they were very valuable for research. The most valuable, naturally, was the mechanical dragon flights, which took up most of the storage space and was judged as having an excellent grade after being identified. The dragon flight was over 10 meters long and 3 meters tall, with a large abdomen and 2 pairs of metal wings that were folded in. Its mud gold hue made it look like a magnified, albeit rotund, golden dragon. The dragonflight had 4 cannons mounted on both sides of its abdomen, and inside its open mouth was another cannon with no weak power. It seemed to be an armed airship, not weak in power. Of course, the energy consumption was not low either. Even if it wasn't used for combat, but simply for transportation or prestige, it was excellent. Mechanical dragonflights, impressive. And the remaining half of the map. Large-scale recruitment location fragment. Instruction: this map piece can unlock a large-scale recruitment location, but for some unknown reason, the guide has been damaged. Only by finding the missing half of the map can this recruitment location be activated. Yuan had heard of such treasure. Some special recruitment locations could only be activated by specific media. And if the word large-scale were used, it would mean that this recruitment location could recruit a substantial number of not low-grade soldiers. More importantly, he found this fragment somewhat familiar. Yuan ran to the warehouse and took out a map piece that looked old and wrinkled, but was actually impervious to both sword cuts and fire, comparing them side by side. Land of Bones. What kind of soldiers would be there? Yuan was intrigued. Chapter 188 Foreign Players. This miniature secret realm probably had nothing of value left. After multiple iterations of digging, Duo Lai could only sigh with regret. It could be the destructive effects of someone's excavation efforts, or perhaps because the secret realm was of small scale, its defensive strength of limited stability, it surprisingly started to hum with vibrations. All around, the stone walls creaked and cracked open, with a faint view of drifting pale fog seen outside the crevices. The grey mist was seeping in. In the secret realm, strands of pitch-black fissures suddenly surfaced. The secret realm is collapsing. 11. The ceiling was also cracking apart, with dust rustling down followed by chunks of crushed rocks. This was a dire situation that even Duo Lai realized. If it were a normal building collapse, no one present would be afraid, it would be nothing more than an inconvenience. However, this was a collapse of a secret realm, something that would cause spatial turbulence. Even the vortex-shaped space gate, that Ilo maintained with a considerable amount of soul crystals, was faintly flickering with arcs of electricity, displaying a state of instability. Seeing this, General Deadbone felt rather insecure. Projecting a holy mountain, it momentarily supported the space before quickly enabling Duo Lai, Ilo, and others to tactically retreat. By the time Deadbone stepped into the space gate, it could see that the depths of the secret realm had begun to collapse inch by inch. Stone walls were sinking with a roar and the grey mist rolled in like tide water. Wherever it had passed, those already old objects became even more decayed and defeated, as if they had been air-dried for 1,000 years, scattering like ashes in the wind. A secret realm had thus collapsed, obliterated in the turbulent flow of space, leaving no traces behind. If such small fry like them were caught in it, they would surely die on the spot. Being weak was still too weak. The vortex-like space gate, sparkling with electric arcs, finally broke apart, unable to withstand the pressure after about 10 seconds. The blue vortex continuously contracted until it reduced to a point. The array pedestal below cracked, gradually becoming dim and lightless. A thrilling exploration came to an end. Deadbone and Ilo were both prepared to leave. Ilo had several avatars busy in the city lord's mansion, but her presence assured high efficiency. She wanted to study the few mechanical guards. She thought that it would be nice to develop some firearms, weapons, or manufacture mechanical maids for daily life. The research location was at the Mage Tower. The Lord had already given her this tower. The only thing was, the equipment in the primary Mage Tower was lacking and basic. Ilo was considering whether she should manufacture some equipment. Besides, studying the mechanical dragon flights was also worthwhile. After her epic evolution, she had many new abilities to practice and develop. There was also the idea of a Starlight Law Sphere network that the Great Lord had mentioned before, and so on. Her schedule was planned until 3 months from now. General Deadbone was also busy. It had found a few more monsters and tribes that could pose a threat to the territory and needed to eliminate them as soon as possible. This world was still too dangerous. General Duo Lai was, probably also busy. It was responsible for bringing the valuable war loot back to the Lord. Among the 3 great generals of Tianyuan, 2 were preparing to return and 1 was heading to a foreign land. Suddenly, Deadbone paused for a moment. There's a prying gaze, is it some kind of wisdom monster? It was extremely sensitive to this kind of gaze. After all, during its explorations, it had encountered ambushes and assassinations more than a few times. This subtle gaze, though more concealed, couldn't escape its senses. Another monster was trying to harm them. Unacceptable. 2 seconds after Dead Bone's halt, it didn't unsheath its sword. It merely stretched out a finger pointing into the distance, and an unassuming bone spur shot out. The bone spur was like a bullet, bursting out with a strong undead energy near its target, and exploded 200 meters away with a loud bang. Boom! Grey flames rose up. A figure clad in a grey-green outfit burst out from the fire, raised both hands. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, my brothers, I am a player from Xian country, a good person, really. The figure was dressed in a grey-green combat uniform and was an unattractive young man. Whether from his clothing and equipment or appearance, one could determine that the young man was a player and not a monster. Moreover, the young man did not speak the universal language, but instead fluent Xian country's language. Deadbone and Ilo were both proficient in Xian country's language. Even Duolai understood it. Because when it awakened its self-consciousness, the first language it naturally learned was the mother tongue of its lord. Deadbone hesitated. If the observer was a monster, regardless of whether it was hideous or bewitching, Deadbone would have dealt with it by unsheathing its sword. However, this person was a player, and moreover, a player from Xian country. Deadbone wasn't sure how to handle it, and could only keep its guard up while asking for the Great Lord's advice. The young man in the green-grey combat uniform stopped after a few dozen meters, seemingly maintaining a safe distance due to etiquette. He said, "Folks, I'm just a passing adventurer, and I was just observing because I found something unusual just now. We all are players from Xian country. Let's not spoil our mood because of misunderstandings." His gaze swept over Deadbone and Lu and finally landed on Ilo. He addressed her. "Duolai. Am I so unnoticeable?" Lord Shepherd immediately switched on his Battle Falcon brand TV as soon as he received the message, observing from afar. The young man's statement seemed to have no problems. Meeting other players in the wilderness wasn't a rare event, even in such deep wilderness like here. Some elite players dared to venture into such dangerous places alone, like the adventurer who was captured by the Dark Knight Dancer and became her juice source. However, there was just something about the situation that didn't sink. While the young man's Xian country's language was fluent, his manner of speaking and his wording seemed a bit odd. The young man also took the opportunity to scan Ilo, Deadbone, and others. "It's the Lord's army. A lord, two who seem to be high-order troops commanders, and dozens of well-ranked elites." He glanced at the sky. Just now a grey figure flitted by, which he had keenly caught sight of. It was the Storm Falcon, a rare 3-star troop. Such a lineup, and such behavior, it implies. This is the troop of Tai Xian's new lord. And among the newly appointed lords, with such a configuration, I, Shan Shang Muguang, have hit the jackpot today. His heart was ablaze. The rewards given by the Eye of Shiny are clearly marked. There's a slot for new lord, second-generation lord, and the highest is Tian Yuan. The lord in front of him is, at least, a new lord. He only needs to look a few more times and memorize key information to earn a lot of bounty. If he can kill this lord, he can get an even higher bounty. But what to do next? Shan Shang Muguang hesitated, struggling between pretending to be a Xian country player retreating and reporting the information, or taking direct action. If he wanted to report the information, he had to use the communication tool. They could not infiltrate the player's territory because they did not physically enter. Hesitating for a while, Shan Shang Muguang finally decided to retreat. This was prudence, and he was also worried about startling the snake in the grass. At this moment, Ilo spoke, "Are you really a player from Xian country?" Shan Shang Muguang nodded sincerely, "Of course, I am a pure Xian country's person." But Ilo's gaze was as sharp as an arrow. "You're lying." Behind her, 3 magic spheres hovered. An auxiliary skill was used silently. Skill, hard asking. Can detect whether the target is lying. It cannot detect targets that are too powerful, but the person in front of her was not within the range of the powerful. More than a dozen skeleton generals had quickly surrounded from both sides. Shan Shang Muguang's eyes condensed, and his entire body blended into the shadow, appearing more than 100 meters away, in front of Ilo, the next instant. This was the maximum distance of his shadow instant. The position where he stopped was chosen purposefully. As his shadow instant appeared, his counterfeit seal emerged, and one by one, shadow assassins began to appear around him. Their cold blades gleamed with a faint glow. It was like an instant ring kill array, engulfing Ilo. Shan Shang Muguang smiled grimly, "You chose the wrong way to deal with it." However, before he could finish his words, he found that his shadow assassins, which he had spent countless resources to train to a beginner elite level, were all stagnating in mid-air. Even his own actions were gradually slowing down, as if stuck in mud, as if a mountain was pressing heavily on him. And around him, a dazzling river of stars undulated, enveloping the whole surrounding area. It made his assassins, who were pouncing forward, appear as if they were insects frozen in amber. Instant kill. If it was before evolution, I might have to put some effort to suppress you, but now. She was an epic. And she had yet to unearth the potential of an epic. The Eye of Shiny, base. Hound 33 confirmed missing, his probing range is D36-D39 area. Hound 114 confirmed missing, his probing range is G52-G56 area. It didn't take long for them to lose quite a few hands. It might be due to monster attacks, or it might be because they were targeted and killed by Tai Xian's patrolling elites. This was as expected. These hounds, who were attracted with heavy money from the outside, could only serve the purpose of probing and scouting, and the real play would begin next. And they had patience. The prey can't escape. In the Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan witnessed Ilo imprisoning and suppressing the enemy. But before he could ask anything, this foreign player started foaming at the mouth, nose, and ears, and in just a few seconds, he turned into a puddle of pus, with no bones left, even his clothes were completely gone. Was it a suicide soldier? No, it's more like a pawn with a planted backhand trick. Ilo was somewhat annoyed. General Deadbone was pondering whether he could develop a skill to read memories. Mu Yuan thought it was possible, but using it on these cannon fodders would likely yield little effect. Because they knew very little. Even if he could read anything from their brains, he would still have to be wary of whether it was a misleading trap set by the shadowy hand behind the scene. It would be better not to worry about it. Keep the position safe, improve one's strength, and then no matter what plots, tricks, spies, or assassins, all will be blown away with one punch. Chapter 189 Entering the Land of Bones. In the Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan sat on a reclining chair in the courtyard, gazing up at the azure sky where the white clouds were constantly changing. Every now and then, storm falcons with wingspans of 3 to 4 meters long would circle overhead, their sharp eyes sweeping over the earth, the forests, the hills, forming the first line of defense of the territory. On the ground, there were units like the Royal Guards, God Archers, big halberdiers constituting the second line of elite forces, patrolling non-stop round the clock without overlooking any blind spots. These were both the overt lines of defense. Hidden in the shadows, resentful spirits were lurking, with only a pair of black eyes staring in all directions. These were the three major lines of defense. Apart from these, the areas where the units on the east and west situated had their own measures. Great Lord Shepherd and Ilo, who were permanently based in the territory, also used the Lord/Hero's vision to occasionally initiate a satellite heavenly eye for a check, so as to cover any omissions. At this time, although Mu Yuan was laying ostensibly, he was actually working hard. For instance, he was maintaining dozens of spiritual links that he held on a daily basis, which was quite draining. He kept them while eating, and even while bathing and sleeping. Furthermore, he had developed and upgraded this common spiritual link talent into a private chat network channel, which certainly demonstrated his diligence and hard work as Great Lord Shepherd. The rapid development of Tianyuan territory was, of course, due to his hard work. At this moment, ding! A thread of spiritual link was pulled, displaying an incoming message from real-world Sophia. 60 seconds to understand the world, Sophia's condensed version. She hung the printed data on the wall, turned the notebook screen acting as a medium to face the data precisely. She then switched on the light to ensure it is properly illuminated. My lord, these are the important events in the last 2 days. Please let me know if there is anything that requires special attention. She left a message in the spiritual link. In addition to studying, purchasing remnant souls, and working part-time as a maid cleaning the villa, one of Sophia's daily tasks was to collect and filter important information from the internet and forums. In just a few days, she had learned to use computers and mobile phones quite adeptly. Of course, both the mobile phone and the computer were specially bought for her by Boss Mu. One must never delegate the task of using a mobile phone or computer to someone else. He also used his identity as the Lord to vouch for Sophia and registered a real identity for her, Mu Fei, a privilege all lords had, and gave Sophia her own forum account. This way, Sophia wouldn't need to log into his Mu Yuan's account. Mu Yuan directed his gaze to reality. The sixth set of nationwide physical exercises of Xian country was released, suitable for people above 12 years without major diseases. 19 new border areas appeared in the country in the last week, and 3 old border areas disappeared. Animal tide erupted in the Miandian area, suspected of having a lord-level ferocious beast. A large recruitment spot was found in the West Mountain region with over 20 lords competing for it, among which 6 are senior lords. A nest of filth appeared in the Longchuan city region, and the city lord is currently calling on lords from different regions to form a joint army to deal with it. A large archaeological site was excavated in the West Mountain region, with numerous mazes inside. The emergence of a new legendary epic hero who has been recruited by the Lord of Tenglong Domain, whose father, Lord Biting, claimed, "My son Wang Longteng is destined to become legendary." Tai Xian Lianji destroyed a Black Play stronghold in the Twilight Plain region, killing over 30 wanted criminal players. Tai Xian Lianji is one of the most important departments of the Alliance, acting as a counterbalance to the Pioneer Group. The Pioneer Group operates externally, while the Tai Xian Lianji operates internally, responsible for maintaining stability and defenses. The stronghold destroyed this time was likely not a simple Black Play lair, but a secret base built by the Eye of Shiny around Tai Xian. Mu Yuan guessed in his mind. After all, he had informants, so he was well informed about many things that the Tai Xian Forum did not disclose publicly. The machinations of the Shen Yao Empire were conducted by nameless individuals, calling them wanted criminal players wasn't wrong either. After going through the condensed information in his hand, Mu Yuan nodded slightly. The news selected by Sophia was indeed quite important. Considering her talents and skills, Mu Yuan stroked his chin. If Sophia indeed has talents in this regard, in the future, she could be considered for the role of intelligence officer for the territory. While he was pondering, Duo Lai and Ilo flew back. Ilo returned to her post. Duo Lai, however, meticulously took out the plunder from his stomach, also carrying a storage box that could not be included in the dimensional space. Thud. The mechanical dragon flights, which resembled a robust golden worm, was held tenderly by Duo Lai and carefully placed outside the city lord's mansion. Mu Yuan entered the plump belly of the mechanical dragon flights. The size of this vehicle is not large. The interior space is comparable to an extended van, but the decor is considerably lavish. There are seat cushions made of high-quality rare animal skins, refrigerators with storage and cooling functions, numerous bottles of high-quality wines frozen in space, still fresh, as well as various exquisite and elegant decorations. To say this mechanical dragon flight is an armed airship is not as accurate as calling it a luxury car. Mu Yuan was indeed very satisfied. Sometimes, a lord needs to show off, and the mechanical dragon flights can serve as a showy front. If he were to spend precious soul crystals on such luxury, he would definitely be reluctant. Still, if something comes for free, he wouldn't sell it either. After all, it's an excellent vehicle. The main event is up next. The keyword for large recruitment spots is large, encompassing an entire region and equivalent to a collection of numerous individual recruitment spots. It can't continuously produce recruitable units like unit buildings, but the quantity that can be recruited at once is quite substantial. Moreover, a high-order troop is guaranteed to come out of every large recruitment spot. Mu Yuan recalled the strategy information he had just consulted. Many veteran lords registered for the latter. They might already have high-order troops, but after experiencing the strength of high-order troops, they wanted more. Moreover, there are various ranks among the high-order troops. Mu Yuan was different, he wanted both. He took the remnant map passed over by Duo Lai, and took out a slightly smaller one from his spatial ring. Placed side by side. The remnant map on the left looked as new as the other one, even with half of it torn away, it still radiated a light aura and seemed extraordinary. The remnant map on the right, however, seemed old, creased, dry, as if it was toilet paper crumpled in a pocket. But when the two remnant maps were put together, the jagged tier lines perfectly aligned, a faint blue glow emerged and spread along the fracture line. In a blink, the two remnant maps were joined together, the right side also became brand new under the action of a mysterious force, no trace of the tier could be seen. Large recruitment point, Land of Bones. Prompt, do you want to use this special item? Yes. With Mu Yuan's confirmation, a dazzling blue light blossomed into a winding, endless blue constellation in front of him, leading to the Land of Bones. This is a spatial trajectory. Following this road, you could reach the target destination. Prompt, you have activated the large recruitment point Land of Bones, Key holders can directly enter this region through the spatial trajectory. Prompt: if the key holder cannot completely take over this recruitment point within a week, the Land of Bones will truly emerge. This activated key blueprint, the image on it also changed in a blink, featuring mountains, rivers, a towering city, and a faint blue dot blinking in a certain place, representing the real location of the Land of Bones. So it seems, the previous large recruitment point that appeared in the region of Ziji City, might be the result of the activated lord failing to take it over, leading to widespread competition. Yuan mourned silently for that lord who got but missed an opportunity. Thinking about it, he shouldn't mourn too early. What if he can't take it over either? There are strong monsters guarding recruitment points, nevertheless, this is a large recruitment point. At this time, General Deadbone was not at home. After some thought, Yuan called General Duo Lai and General Liu Lu, who had just returned to the territory, and a group of elite soldiers to explore the Land of Bones. As for Ilo, he looked back and saw the best worker still busy. He wouldn't give her more tasks. Top fighters must be stationed in the territory, after all. Let's go. General Liu Lu was walking in front, Lord Shepherd in the middle, and General Duo Lai provided assistance from the left. With a group of elite troops that would have made countless lords envious even in Tianyuan, Mr. Mu stepped onto the blue space trajectory. The space trajectory was winding, like an unending snake path. As Yuan stepped into it, it felt like moving through a spatial tunnel with everything grey on either side. He did not spend too much time, just walked a few dozen steps, and the world in front of him suddenly opened up, the trajectory already coming to an end. He set foot on the ground. Ding! Prompt: you have reached the Land of Bones. Behind him was still a grey area, the grey fog wall was arched, enclosing a whole area of the world. In front of him, the land was dry and cracked, and hardy weeds were growing sparingly from the crevices. The further you went, the less green there was, until only a view of grey and black was left. Yuan did not see a pile of white bones, but in the distance, hidden behind mountains and rocks, there were many places where conspicuous beams of light were shooting out. Inside the light, you could see some figures in armor, appearing and disappearing. That was the recruitment point. Large-scale recruitment points are made up of a number of small recruitment points. Yuan maintained his formation and moved forward cautiously, soon arriving at the first recruitment point. When he reached out to touch it, the prompt sound echoed as expected. Ding! Prompt: the current recruitment point has Skeleton Magex 2, Skeleton Soldier Xio. Prompt: do you wish to recruit? This recruitment requires soul sand. Yes. Click, click. Under the effect of the rule power, the revolving light became solid. A skeleton wearing a grey robe and holding a bone staff walked out from it, followed by 10 familiar skeleton soldiers. At the same time, as soon as he finished recruiting, the light beam in front of him dimmed and completely disappeared. Yuan continued to move forward. Ding! 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 In just over 10 minutes, he had visited 3 more recruitment points and recruited several rare troops and dozens of common troops. And this was just the appetizer of the Land of Bones. He looked forward to it, then suddenly stopped. I knew it, there is no way such a big place would have no monsters. Chapter 190 Conquer the Boss, Vampires End. Ziji City, a large recruitment center. The competition here has gradually ended, but seeing the terrifying energy torrent erupting from afar, the lords and ranger players on the periphery remained stupefied. Lord Wangba was among them. He watched from afar. The core area is a battlefield where only experienced lords are qualified to step on. Even as a top-notch second generation like Wan Furteng, he could only compete with other experienced lords on the periphery. Aside from the gap between him and the senior lords, he couldn't dare provoke the boss monster defending the recruitment point within the core area. He would be blasted with one punch. Even those powerful senior lords, despite having fierce generals and elite troops, didn't solo fight the guard boss. They might win in an all-out attack, but the price paid would be immensely painful for them. Not long ago, the lead generals of these senior lords joined forces and fought until the ground collapsed and the mountains fell to exterminate the guard boss. To seize opportunity, merely relying on personal luck isn't enough, one must also have substantial strength. Who obtained the ultimate recruitment rights for the troops? It was Lord Liu Feng, but the prominent figure also promised a lot of treasures to others to get this recruitment right. It is said that Lord Liu Feng recruited the most top-notch 3-star troops of excellence, the Mountain Giant. Regular players do not quite understand the strength of the mountain giant, but Yuan Furteng, as a top-notch second generation, does. The gap between excellence level and epic level is huge, hence, the gap between the superiority and inferiority of the 3-star troops of excellence is apparent. This apex level, excellence 3-star already possesses a bit of the mystique of epic, and if cultivated properly, it has a certain chance of advancing to epic level. Not to mention senior lords, given enough time, even great lords might compete regardless of their face. A mountain giant not only has infinite potential but is also an excellent siege weapon. Yuan Furteng envied the thought and didn't shift his gaze for some time. Lam still young, in the future, I will surely have the opportunity to recruit this kind, or even stronger types of troops. Normally, in large recruitment areas, there should be numerous guard monsters to fight off one by one. But Mu Yuan didn't encounter any. This could only explain one situation, that there was a unique monster roaming around here, which had already killed all the other monsters in the vicinity. At this moment, he felt strands of killing intent spreading between heaven and earth. From sparse to dense, it was like sharp needles pricking his skin and forehead. His hairs stood on end and his eyes quickly became somber. "It's here," he said. In front of him, Lu Lu let out a low shout, and the protective light spread out from the shield of the earth rock, forming a pair of golden wings that opened up. The wings were more than 10 meters long and arched to protect everyone within. There seemed to be a flash of blood-red light, which then disappeared. Next instant. Crack! The shield of Lu Lu, incredibly hard that even the full blow of a warlord-level strongman might not be able to break it directly, surprisingly disintegrated, shattered, and blew apart at this moment. Mu Yuan also noticed the blood-red light. It was a bone arrow, wrapped in thick blood-red glow, tearing through the heaven and earth, piercing waves of obvious ripples. It was still moving forward. Mu Yuan raised his hands. Seizing the moment when the blood-red light was blocked, he generated multiple bone walls on the ground with a rumble. The blood light pierced through several bone walls in succession before it finally vanished completely. He looked off into the distance. At the edge of his field of view, in the middle of a pile of rubble, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere. She was wearing blood-red armor, a skull-like mask, and held a long blood-red bow in her hand. The curves of the armor suggested that the wearer was female, but it could also be seen that this figure was blurred, as if it wasn't entirely real. Another fragment of obsession. But this one was obviously much more potent than the previous ones they encountered. J fragment of obsession, Blood Crow J. F tier. J level? J. The Lord's identification ability was getting weaker and weaker, but based on Mu Yuan's experience and knowledge, he could make an approximate assessment. On one side, General Duolas' eyes lit up when he heard the words fragment of obsession. For him, it was like delicious food. Delicious and power-enhancing, it was a double joy for him. Let Benduo take care of it. Mu Yuan thought a bit and didn't stop him. After Ilo's evolution, Duolas' ranking in Tianyuan might have dropped to 4th after all, there should be a seat for him, Mr. Mu in the top 3, but Duolas' ability to save his life was the best in Tianyuan since it didn't have fatal areas like the brain or the heart. General Duolai went up and prepared to gather electromagnetic glow. The blood-red light appeared suddenly. General Duolai attempted to dodge. General Duolai failed to dodge. General Duolas' shield was broken. The attack method of this obsessing monster looked simple, perhaps she only inherited one sort of ability from the person she once was. But this simple ability was fearsome. The speed of the blood-red arrow light was almost beyond the limit that Mu Yuan's vision could capture. Its destructive power was even more terrifying. Lu Lu couldn't fend it off, let alone Duolai. Duolai fell from the sky and dispersed into several blobs of condensed liquid. You don't play fair, Benduo hasn't made a move yet. QAQ. Mu Yuan summoned the Wraith Sacred Mountain and placed it in front of them immediately, extending their distance from the fragment of obsession. As he stared at the terrifying bloody figure in the distance, there was no fear in his eyes. Let's go. Retreat strategically first. He held off and retreated simultaneously until the entire Wraith Sacred Mountain was riddled with holes, and then he retreated out of the land of bones. At this point, the fragment of obsession, Blood Crow, finally stopped chasing. She slowly retreated and her figure disappeared into the dark. Mu Yuan looked to his side at a tiny slime, currently shedding tears in an QAQ shape, presenting a scene of utter misery. Indeed, it was quite a miserable sight. General Duolai hadn't managed to wield any of his abilities before being eradicated by the Blood Crow. At this moment, he was subject to great doubt. How could this be? Despite being an epic life, despite it having set one foot into the domain realm, why couldn't it even defeat a single monster? It's not that you're weak, but rather, she is too strong. Yuan temporarily withdrew, directing Sophia to gather more intelligence about the large recruitment points. Soon enough, up-to-date information on Ziji City's situation was laid before him. The most formidable guardian monster at the recruitment area is a war golem of warlord level. A third-order warlord level, powerful enough to run freely in a battlefield inflicting carnage everywhere. Against ordinary soldiers, they are foes of hundreds, foes of 1,000. In the ancient Eagle Kingdom, third-order experts could rule over cities or become top-ranking officials, always the ones in honored seats, no matter where they go. In the Taishan Alliance, the third-order warlords aren't as rare, but such powerhouses gather predominantly in the vast territories, rarely seen outside. Among the player community, the first-order professional level is the most common, and elite levels are not uncommon, but upon advancing to the third level, the numbers abruptly dwindle. Ranger players would exhaust everything they've got, without any special opportunities. It could take them 10, 20, or 30 years without ever reaching the third order. Lord players aiming to step into the realm of the third order, without peculiar opportunities or backgrounds, would also require extensive time for accumulation. Before they even had a chance to accumulate enough, their promising third-order generals might fall in some calamity. This happens quite often. Players who possess the power of third order are already qualified to earn prestigious titles. With some support, they could even become vice-chairs of the small city players' associations. In the recent scramble for the recruitment grounds of Ziji City, there were numerous veteran lords who sent out their third-order chief generals. Even such measures weren't enough, and they were highly disadvantaged in a one-on-one fight against the war golem. They relied on mobbing the boss with their powerhouses to bring it down. There's only this one boss in the Land of Bones. Clearly, it's stronger than the war golem. Just like the gap between 1-star excellence and 3-star excellence. This boss has put all its points into offense, which makes it extremely ferocious. Perhaps its defense and vitality are somewhat weaker, but challenging it head-on with its super-destructive blood arrow would pose substantial risks. His leisurely retreat earlier was due to two factors. Firstly, the Wraith Sacred Mountain had held out well, albeit in danger and requiring significant time to repair. Secondly, they were quite far from the Blood Crow, and once they started a all-out fight without success, it wouldn't be so easy to escape then. To leisurely plan an attack, the prerequisite is to be able to withstand the boss's attacks. The Blood Crow's attack has high range and destructive power, but it's not without shortcomings. It seems to only possess single-target attacks. This kind of attack is fatal for mid-rank commanders and elite soldiers. Even a third-order war general level expert, if their defensive or survival abilities are somewhat weaker, would be seriously wounded by a single arrow. Ordinary elites would be harvested one by a single arrow. However, if a lord were to summon a considerable number of cannon fodder soldier type, could Boss Blood Crow deal with it easily? Yuan pondered. Under normal circumstances, a lord would adopt this kind of strategy. He doesn't have a cannon fodder legion, but he has the strategic skill Death Legion. n/o/vel/b//n.c//om. Yet in the end, he shakes his head. Even if Blood Crow could only attack a single target, she still harbors a certain level of intelligence. If she couldn't clear all the enemies, wouldn't she just focus on killing the elite soldiers and powerhouses within the Legion? Besides, Duo Lai was defeated too quickly just now, possibly failing to completely probe the entirety of Blood Crow's abilities. This strategy was far from being reliable. A day later, General Deadbone returned. He and Duo Lai each took to the battlefield, embroiling themselves in a fierce fight with Boss Blood Crow that shocked the universe for 30 seconds, before Deadbone retreated cautiously. "It's a bit tricky," he said as such. With this fight, a great deal more of Boss Blood Crow's abilities were revealed. Aside from the Blood Arrow, it also had the Blood Bird Summon, Blood Flee 2 skills, and a domain covered in blood. General Deadbone had tried to confront it with his domain. His eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of Blood Crow's arrows, but as long as he activated his domain, everything under the domain's coverage would be perfectly controlled. Deadbone easily avoided the Blood Arrow's attacks until the boss Blood Crow also unleashed her domain. Only a domain can counter a domain. When the two domains cancelled each other out, General Deadbone was no longer able to dodge. Yuan pondered, if Deadbone were to go all out and have all the undead creatures of the Wraith Sacred Mountain join the battle, there's a chance to conquer the boss. But With this fight, the Wraith Sacred Mountain that Bone Man had operated for a long time would probably be depleted by over half. This wasn't like the Land of Challenge where you could reset at will. It wasn't reliable enough either. Dead Bone must not have liked this unreliable method of combat. Mu Yuan didn't like it either. He had a more reliable strategy. Half a day later, the Tian Yuan strategy group once again set foot in the Land of Bones. This time, Miss Duo was simply an observer. The main fighting force consisted of General Dead Bone, General Rakshasa, General Hong Yi, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, along with countless elite troops. 133 troops of the Undead Legion. This is the current maximum troop addition that would not affect the stability of the soul of the Legion, as Mu Yuan gradually added more new soldiers to the army. The Undead Legion slowly advanced, their footfalls more synchronized than a ceremonial military brigade. Soon enough, the boss Blood Crow appeared at the edge of their line of sight, and in the blink of an eye, a red arrow light flashed. Boom! The blood arrow tore through the air, landing on a skeleton mortician. This arrow, which would have pierced through Lu Liu's defenses, only caused the skeleton mortician's body to shake. Cracks appeared on his armor, and then, there was no follow-up to that. When the army soul weakens, the remaining damage is shared among all the warriors in the corps, leaving us with just a little damage, right? Several blood arrows whizzed through the air, coming towards us. Boom! 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 The death core trembled, then trembled again, and once more, and then nothing happened. Not entirely unscathed, many skeleton generals accumulated considerable damage after several arrows, with cracks and even breaks appearing on their bones. However, they quickly recovered under the effects of Dead Bone's undead resurrection. The corps continued to advance. The Blood Crow kept firing while changing its position. It occasionally summoned bloody birds, but they were quickly shot down by a volley of bone spears. Should we seize the opportunity to go for a strong attack? Dead Bone pondered. The Death Corps had already accumulated the army soul, and could mobilize quickly when truly exploding into action. However, Dead Bone dismissed this idea. There were still more than 6 days left to conquer the Land of Bones, there was no need to rush. It could take a more secure method of subjugation attrition. The boss, Blood Crow, continually fired arrows, and they kept resisting. This kind of battle lasted for nearly half an hour, as if they were grinding down the Great Road. Visibly, the speed of the Blood Crow's arrows slowed significantly, and the blood light was no longer as thick and viscous. Above the Death Corps, the embryonic form of the army soul was still solid, with dark fog rolling over it. It looked like they could still fight for another 3 days and 3 nights. It's time. Dead Bone sighed lightly. The majestic Wraith Sacred Mountain emerged, straddling the sky, imposing a great pressure on the boss, the Blood Crow, like a mountain. Dead Bone chased, Blood Crow fled. After a dozen rounds of chasing, the General Dead Bone drew his sword and slew the Blood Crow in the Land of Bones. This was a truly arduous battle. Mu Yuan sighed. A glimmer of light naturally surfaced from the fallen boss, the Blood Crow. This was the essence of her power, experience, and realm. The essence slowly drifted towards Dead Bone. Dead Bone refused. Power not gained through personal cultivation was too unstable. In that case, Ben Duo will accept it. Duo Lai opened his mouth and sucked, and the small essence flew into his mouth. Crunch! He closed his eyes and pondered, not gaining any insights, but in the next moment, he could not help but cast the Venue skill Infinite Snake, gradually advancing towards a higher domain. He had reached the domain level. The improvement was as smooth as water flowing into a ditch. Even his artistic conception had a significant increase. Ben Duo feels invincible now. General Duo Lai revived and began his journey to invincibility again. Lord Shepherd headed deeper into the Land of Bones. Recruit. Recruit. Keep recruiting. Still recruiting. In the blink of an eye, a huge stream was amassed behind him, consisting of hundreds of green-hand soldiers, among whom were more than 20 skeleton mages. A skeleton mage typically possessed basic skills such as Grey Fire and Corrosion Mist, nothing powerful, but Dead Bone greatly approved of their potential to awaken some weakening skills as they evolved. Finally, Mu Yuan arrived at the depths of Land of Bones. There were 3 brilliant light columns shooting up into the sky. Inside the light columns, a black coffin could be seen. The coffin was engraved with exquisite patterns, and the lid was half open, revealing a shadowy figure inside. This soldier is. Prompt: do you wish to recruit the rare 1-star soldier Vampire Viscount? This recruitment requires 5 OOG of soul sand. Yes. The 3 brilliant light columns slowly converged and vanished. In their place, 3 vampires appeared, dressed in black tails, wearing dark red capes, and holding black long swords. They looked elegant and noble. Vampire Viscount. Rank, Rare 1 star. Talent, Blood Absorption. Skills, Cleave, Blood Slash. Vampires are all-rounded soldier types, capable fighters, durable, and can also fly. From the lowest-ranking vampire servants to the legendary Duke vampires and vampire princes, they left countless footprints and illustrious reputations. Similarly, vampires are notoriously proud. They rank amongst the upper middle class of soldiers of the same rank, but top lords would never choose a vampire viscount when preparing excellence remnant souls for their offspring, as they are too hard to tame. At this moment, the 3 vampire viscounts were evaluating their lord before them. They do not yet possess complete self-consciousness, but they do have a bit of wisdom, and understand that the person before them is their lord to whom they owe their loyalty. If he could summon them in the land of recruitment, it indicates that he has certain strength. They wouldn't resist. But they're noble vampires. Without a mansion for each of them, with a dozen male and female servants, the lord can't expect to make them work. These are the bare minimum requirements. If a different lord wanted to recruit them, without dozens of servants and services matching their status, they would surely refuse. Wait. Lord, why aren't you saying anything? Hello. Looking at their lord, who didn't even spare them a glance after summoning them, the 3 vampire viscounts were somewhat dumbfounded. Is this reasonable? How is it different from what they remembered? Not only did they not receive any attention, they vaguely saw disappointment in the lord's eyes, as if saying, "Is this it? What kind of stuff is a vampire viscount?" It's not that Yuan looks down on vampire viscounts, they are quite powerful, but the land of bones is vast, the strongest type of soldier can't possibly be these 3 vampires, right? It can't be, can it? The neighboring Ziji city even produced a mountain giant. Yuan had high hopes for high-order troops. Although he could potentially evolve epic life creatures, he wouldn't be able to evolve highly useful troops like mountain giants that lack lower-ranked counterparts. What he looked forward to most was acquiring some high-order troops that he couldn't evolve. Vampires weren't one of them. The lowest-ranking counterpart of them is the rare 1-star vampire servant, which Yuan could easily obtain. However, standing on a high vantage point and looking around, Yuan could no longer see any light columns. Is it over? No, it's not. There hasn't been a notification indicating the full completion of the Land of Bones yet. There must still be soldiers hidden and waiting to be recruited. Chapter 191, Bone Dragon, Submit to my master. Yuan continued to inch his way deeper into the Land of Bones, trailing behind him were 3 languid vampires. Yuan knew clearly about the fussy nature of wild high-order troops and the difficulty of subduing them. Even if he greatly valued the vampires, he would still have to let them thrash about for a while. Of course, the airing method is only suitable for lords with real strength. For top whales and second-generation lords, even if they had the opportunity to get their hands on the remnant soul of excellence, they could only do so by constantly flaunting their assets and using the licking method to win the allegiance of high-order troops. Providing a high-order troop with a private mansion, along with some servants for service, wasn't a rare occurrence. Different troops have different demands. Some high-order troops would even ask their lords for a touch-and-go fee, implying, no money, no service. Vampires belong to the pickier and high-maintenance ones, requiring Yuan to let them be. Because in his territory, there were no idle lords, only 996 workers. Come, vampires, join the Yuan working family. Yuan led a large swathe of troops, charging wildly through the Land of Bones, injecting a rare liveliness into the long silent earth. However, after a long search, he still couldn't find any recruitment pillars. Just as Mr. Mew couldn't help but return to his old habit of digging 18 layers into the ground, the wind suddenly picked up, followed by a thick fog that rolled in from all directions, obscuring the mountains. The already dim Land of Bones was shrouded in an even darker mist. A pair of huge eyes slowly emerged from the depths of the fog. They were like 2 huge searchlights, their eerie blue irises illuminating their surroundings, and lighting up the giant shadow in the fog. Thick silver-white bones that a single person could not wrap their arms around, ragged but giant bone wings around 10 to 20 meters long, and a massive body the size of a hill. It peered down at the newcomer, casting a huge shadow. So it's you who awakened me from my slumber, human lord. The thunderous voice reverberated in Mu Yuan's ear. Miss Duo became alert. Was it another boss? Deathbone remained indifferent, standing beside Mu Yuan like an extraordinary bodyguard. Lord Shepherd cast his gaze. This was a bone dragon, a terrifying existence that seemed to be reigning over the world at first glance. In reality, its aura was false, its voice was false, even its body was false. Mu Yuan extended his hand and gave it a poke. Sure enough, it went straight through the thick column like bones. The bone dragon was taken aback. Human, what are you doing? You realize you are in the presence of the great wing of the End Death Dragon. Dignitary of Death remains Bone Dragon Serio. You are being disrespectful. But the moment the Bone Dragon appeared, Mu Yuan saw its information. Bone Dragon Serio, pending recruitment, 1. Rating, Excellence 3-star. Talent, Death Extraction, Long Way. Skills, Dragon Claw, Skeleton Spur, Death Remains Armor, Dragon Breath. Death Stare, Fog Field. The Bone Dragon's panel was quite luxurious, far surpassing Wild Excellence 3-star troops. It even possessed venue skills. It seemed as if it wasn't a wild troop awaiting recruitment, but rather a hero from the festival grounds. Of course, it wasn't a hero. It was merely a projection of a remnant soul, just like the half-open coffin in which the vampire was swirling previously. However, Bone Dragon Serio was more than just a projection. It had self-awareness, and even with just its projected body, it affected its surroundings with its energy. Notice, as Bone Dragon Serio has inherited a little of the power from its previous life, its level will rapidly increase after recruitment until all the inherited power is exhausted. This wasn't an ordinary dragon. The 3 vampire viscounts, who were just boasting and priding themselves as nobles of the night, were now shivering like quails, instantly succumbing under the terrifying aura of the dragon. Dragon. A bone dragon is also a dragon. But the bone dragon is indeed the disgrace of the dragon race. Mu Yuan sighed. No matter how extraordinary the bone dragon's performance was, or how lavish its attributes were, one point couldn't be changed: it was just an Excellence 3-star stage troop. Even if it was the most top-notch existence at this stage, it was still just a 3-star. And a genuine dragon would start at the epic stage. Click! One arrow hit the bone dragon's heart squarely, resulting in a critical hit. Upon hearing this, Bone Dragon Serio roared, "Dost thou know, I am the noble and great wing of..." It repeated its honorific title again, then shouted, "I once followed the great general of death remains, ruling over the vast death ridge. I also once turned vast plains into lands of death. I also once..." But it is still the disgrace of the dragon race. However, Serio was clearly a very special individual among the bone dragons, having inherited a considerable amount of skills and powers from its previous life. This kind of inheritance was different from Ilo's. After her fall, she reincarnated as a heroic spirit under the influence of the power of the rules and returned. She was still herself. It was as if she had been resurrected. Although Bone Dragon Serio had inherited the power and title from its past life, it was essentially a new individual. The fragments of its previous life memory felt like an immersive movie to it. There were already numerous studies and papers done by scholars from the Tai-Shen Alliance on this topic, and the erudite Lord Shepherd just happened to have read some of them. But he still felt quite curious about a person like Serio. Bone Dragon Serio stood aloof, overlooking the Lord before him. It continued, its voice as thunderous as ever, "Human, your feat of reaching here deserves commendation, but the great and noble Death Dragon Serio will never follow a mortal unless thou possess half the grace of the great general of death remains." Chapter 192, Tian Yuan's Epic Speed. By the time the last skeleton soldier stepped out of the convoluted space track, this sprawling road leading to the land of bones thousands of miles away began to crumble like a snow-pinched bridge. Bit by bit, it fell away until it completely collapsed, leaving nothing behind. In Mu Yuan's hand, the blueprint leading to the land of bones also ignited 6 days ahead of schedule, turning into ashes that slipped between his fingers. Upon his return, Mu Yuan slightly adjusted his location. At this moment, he was located in the western region of the skeleton cemetery, adjacent to the core area. This area was already an open space, but when a throng of skeleton soldiers, skeleton mages, and skeleton generals poured out, it still seemed a bit crowded. Some skeleton generals even crushed the fences that separated the area. Looking at this scene, Mu Yuan showed a joyful smile like a farmer's at harvest time. This trip, I really hit the jackpot, he said. Ordinary types of troops, such as skeleton soldiers and ghouls, might seem rather tasteless to other senior lords. If they recruit them, they feel that these types of troops lack the potential for nurturing, but if they don't, it feels like a waste. But they were still 3-star troops numbering in the hundreds. If exchanged for remnant souls, they could fetch a handsome sum of soul crystal coins. Unfortunately, recruitment points are not the same as remnant souls. The lords can only choose to recruit on the spot, they cannot sell them for money. For Mu Yuan, these minion-level troop types represented a considerable treasure trove of wealth. A total of 939 units of undead troops, he counted. With this, the accumulation speed of my undead system's evolution points can rise a lot, it's worth celebrating, he mused. Purchasing little skeleton remnant souls in large quantities was not an easy task. It could be seen from his own monster-killing loot. More than 90% of the remnant souls dropped by his Tianyuan exploration team were random remnant souls, and designated 1-star remnant souls were polluted mostly by troop types like Goblin and Grey Wolf. Not many merchant guilds would stockpile little skeleton remnant souls. Just as no one would hoard Goblin remnant souls. Conversely, it would be easier to buy remnant souls of the human system troops. At present, the undead system remnant souls in Tianyuan territory came from 2 channels, Sophia's sporadic acquisitions, medium-sized purchases from merchant guilds, and the steady output from the sacrificial black coffin. Another major gain from the land of recruitment is, naturally, high-order troops. The Bone Dragon Serio and 3 vampires. Oh, well, the latter can be discounted. Mu Yuan was quite pleased with the Bone Dragon. In the Taishan forum, someone had done a survey on the hottest mounts, and the results were basically, dragon, dragon, and dragon. But the real giant dragons are unattainable. Even senior lords cannot fulfill their dreams to become dragon knights. They can only resort to becoming sub-dragon knights. They ride on sub-dragon species like the earth rock dragon, bipedal flying dragon, and the blazing roaring dragon, etc. These sub-dragon species are rare treasures, obtaining them is many times more difficult than obtaining troops of the same order. At times, when a group of lords gather, if a lord arrives riding a sub-dragon, he will be the most eye-catching among the crowd. As for a real dragon knight with a giant dragon, no one dares to hope for that. A bone dragon, even though it is not as good as other giant dragons, it's still a dragon. If Mu Yuan were to ride the bone dragon on a trip, and take a photo, it would instantly go viral on the internet, earning him the honorable title of Dragon Knight. Though this differs a bit from the Dragon Knight in his imagination. The skill setup and the upgrading speed of Bone Dragon Serio makes Mu Yuan even more pleasantly surprised. Without exaggeration, if he were to choose between Bone Dragon Serio and an epic troop type without a legacy, he would choose the Bone Dragon. The greatest flaw of the Bone Dragon, which is seen as the disgrace of the giant dragon, the disadvantage of its rank, is not a problem here for him. Great Lord Shepherd only needs to use the Hand of Evolution, give Serio a tiny baptismal shock, and it can evolve, crossing into the true epic level, shoulder to shoulder with, if not surpassing the giant dragons. And now, thanks to his and Sophia's continuous procurement, the dedicated production from the sacrificial black coffin, and the large batch of new troops they just recruited, the number of undead system troops has risen to 2,791 units. With such a massive number as a base, the undead system evolution points flowed in like running water, filling the ever-expanding evolutionary pond. The water level was rising at a visibly fast speed. Only a few days will be needed to amass the vast Evo power sufficient for an excellent 3-star stage general to sprint towards the epic life rank. That's how fast Tianyuan generates epic troops now. This is not like several months ago, when they had to scrimp and save for 1 or 2 months to muster an epic troop. It's a good time to be Bone Dragon Serio. Of course, since Serio is a newcomer, even if Mu Yuan looks forward to his evolution into a true epic giant dragon, a ghost dragon, shadow dragon, or frost giant dragon, Serio would have to wait in line. Great Lord Shepherd will certainly give Rakshasa, Hong Yi, and other old ministers the opportunity to evolve first. He turned to Boss Deadbone. I'll leave the management and placement of these new troops to you, he said. Bone Dragon Serio was staring wide-eyed, his gaze sweeping over everything before him. It was not quite what he had imagined. This territory is too small and too primitive. He remembered when he was the General of Death Remains in his previous life, he had built a grand white bone castle on Death Ridge, with hundreds of thousands of undead guards outside the castle. But now this territory, at best, it was just a small town. Serio was a little disappointed, but then he had a thought. One should always look at things from two perspectives. This territory was newly established, yet it had successfully taken down the vast land of bones and recruited him. This signifies that his own territory has unlimited potential in the future. At the same time, this territory has just been established. The wise lord must lack the talents by his side, thus, Serio could become, well, two heads down and everyone else looking up at the dragon. Except for boss Dead Bone, as Bone Dragon Serio, he would not be weaker than any other powerful creature. Because after all, he's a dragon. A bright future is waiting for him. With a vision of the future, the Bone Dragon was ready to build a nest for himself in the skeleton cemetery. As for Great Lord Shepherd, he was calculating the accumulation of evolution points, estimating how many generals could reach the realm of epic in the future. Under the current speed of accumulation of the undead system, about 1,100 evolution points can be accumulated in a single day. However, in addition to the Rakshasa, Hongyi, Serio, and other division commanders, he also needed to evolve his core troops to the excellence level for all members. In total, the gap in evolution points was not small, and the evolution plan might not be completed even in the next 1 or 2 months. However, the output of undead evolution points was not fixed. With Sophia's acquisition and the output of the Black Coffin, its daily production was still steadily increasing. At the same time, Sophia also planned to purchase a batch of human remnant souls, nature system remnant souls, and slime remnant souls. Yuan spent a huge sum of 400 soul crystal coins on the acquisition of remnant souls. Sophia is also preparing to set up a company and recruit staff to improve the efficiency of acquisitions and intelligence gathering. This was certainly a good idea. The era of Mr. Mew struggling all day and only being able to acquire dozens of remnant souls was in the past. Of course, Sophia's large-scale acquisition of low-level remnant souls might attract the attention of interested parties. But let them notice. The times have changed. He now has a certain capacity for self-protection. As long as the evolutionary miracle is not exposed, he doesn't mind the covetous gaze of others. This is the strong sense of security that power brings. Unlike the early days or the first 2 or 3 months when it was hard to fight an elite monster, he had to buy remnant souls in secret, fearing the attention zero players straddling the grey and black zone. Now, he has the power, and he doesn't mind even if a criminal is delivered to his door. He even looks forward to it. As for Sophia, she has more than enough ability to protect herself while staying in the city. Of course, for safety's sake, let's evolve Sophia to the 3-star stage excellence first, and then raise her epic ranking a bit. Elevate it to the 2nd position. Among the human species, she is only second to Lu, but she is still ahead of 17. The nature system troops are far less numerous, with only over 600 units at present, and their needs are significantly fewer, with only Tree Demon Granny in the division commander sequence. Others only need to evolve a few more flower fairies and ancient treemen. But since treemen are better at defense than attack, Yuan wondered if there were suitable nature system troops that could be cultivated. Nature elf? Too expensive, he can't afford it. Just let it be. Lord Shepherd couldn't actually spend a huge amount of money to buy remnant souls. The purchase of a few troops with special functions, such as the rare 1-star nun, was already the limit of his ability to spend. He was busy for half a day and instructed Sophia to prioritize the acquisition of certain types of troops according to needs. Just as he was about to rest, he received a message from Lu Mew. Mew, the busy man, Yuan quickly arrived at the Secret Realm Elf's courtyard, in front of the familiar cafe. He entered the cafe. He could see 2 familiar faces in the distance. Lu Ziyu and Lu Mew. After a while, Yuan stirring his coffee, so you're saying, at a minimum to have a chance to compete for a spot, I have to pass the Red Tower? Hiss. This was just for a chance. Sure enough, honor and rewards were not easy to get. He was not sure, he really wasn't sure about this. Lord of Hanyu City. You're not really thinking about competing for a spot, are you? Young people should focus on gaining experience. Although she thought so, she still said, it's a bit rushed for you, but young people should fight for it. The Alliance has prepared generous promotion rewards, including but not limited to, Pure Soul Source Pool, Hero Duel Arena Medals, Land of Inheritance, and so on. I even want to go to some of these places again. Lu Ziyu tempted him. After thinking for a while, she still said, but for you, the most important thing is to gain experience, to stimulate the potential of your division commanders and yourself through fighting and killing stronger opponents. As long as you can improve, it's worth it, and the whole competition won't take much time. This remark was mainly directed at her little sister. Indeed, after everyone proposed to throw potential newcomers into the fray for tempering, Lu Miamu, as the third-ranked newcomer on the gold list, naturally met the criteria. Of course, procedures still had to be followed, and someone of considerable stature had to guarantee and recommend her. Shen Linglong was also eligible, so Han Yu let her recommend her little sister for herself. And her? Of course, she was single-handedly recommending Tian Yuan. Only in this way, when Tian Yuan showed extraordinary power and pushed all the new talents, and had resistance against lords like Wuji, could she calmly say, "I said before, Tian Yuan's talent is not inferior to mine." The lord of Han Yu City seemed to have high expectations for herself. Facing her gaze, although he was under great pressure, Mu Yuan still said, "I will try my best." Not for the pure soul source pool and other rewards. Simply, he just wanted to bring glory to his country. Mu Yuan asked again, "How much time is left?" Lu Ziyu said, "Almost a month, to be exact, 26 days. Mu Yuan calculated briefly, "Well, that's quite a long time to prepare." Was it long? For her, for lords like Wuji, a mere month was hardly enough for any significant progress. But indeed, a month was not short for Tian Yuan. He might be able to increase his overall strength by 1/5 or 1/4. But what Mu Yuan was thinking was, at this time, there were 3 epic generals in his territory. How many more would there be in 26 days? Chapter 193. Langxing, Beijiang City. Mu Yuan had just gone out with Sophia. They had completed the company registration process and also made an official registration with the Beijiang Association. Only in this way could they be involved in the business related to the extraordinary things. He was on his way back. Sophia, dressed in a business suit, looking much more mature, followed closely. Around them, after every distance on the road, Mu Yuan could see 1 or 2 crows perched on electricity poles or fences. Whenever Mu Yuan loaded the Sophia template, he could catch the invisible thread of connection between him and these crows. They were Sophia's informants. Understanding the cautious ways of a certain lord, Sophia too had awoken her sense of persecution, always feeling that some players with bad intentions would suddenly jump out on her way. She hadn't encountered such players yet, but during her lifetime in Langxing, Sophia had encountered fleeing monsters twice while going out. Once, there were only 2 or 3 monsters, which were quickly killed by patrolling players in black vests. Another time, dozens of monsters popped up, including several professional-level monsters, goblin warriors and goblin shamans. The monsters that appeared in the bustling area posed a significant threat to Beijiang. After reporting, Sophia promptly took action. Displaying 20% of her power, she surrounded all the monsters and killed them one by one with her sword, without using her eye-catching black crow power. Afterward, she received a guardian medal and some reward. No wonder there are fewer pedestrians on the road, the situation seems quite severe, Mu Yuan sighed. For ordinary people, even if they practice the latest version of body refining law developed by the nation and drink body refining potions daily, they can only deal with a few little goblins at most, and also only when the goblins are not of high level. Mu Yuan had insider information that Langxing would completely fall into the eternal world within half a year and merge with it. This was a big crisis for ordinary people. And also for them, the lords. The fusion of Langxing would trigger a series of chain reactions. After the fusion, there would no longer be close contact between territories, and they might become isolated islands. Moreover, they will face a wave of monsters far greater in scale than in previous years. If not handled correctly, the entire Taishan alliance might go backward by 10 to 20 years, let alone a lord like him who was located at the outermost edge. He might face the strongest impact. The Taishan Astronomical Society had read these revelations from the red fog and other omens. In times like these, the time to safely fight monsters and develop might not be much. For this reason, we must seize the time, grab every opportunity, and strengthen our territory, pondered Mu Yuan. Returning to his rented villa, he went straight to the basement with Sophia and closed the only aluminum alloy door. Sophia took out a bunch of remnant souls from her document storage bag as if it was a treasure trove. These are the latest goods available. Here are a total of 400 malicious remnant souls, a total of 160 little skeleton remnant souls, and a total of 60 walking corpse remnant souls. Over here are 30 sentinel remnant souls. This is 2 mage remnant souls and 2 griffin remnant souls. Here are 100 falcon's residual souls, 10 battle falcon remnant souls, and 20 battle eagle remnant souls. And these are the remnants of the spring spirit, melting spirit, earth spirit, and ice spirit, each having 2 spring spirits, earth spirits, and so on, could be paired with slimes. Elemental lives are naturally powerful and have many functionalities, which is why he asked Sophia to buy a little bit of this if necessary. When buying a large number of 1-star remnant souls, inevitably, some rare items will be purchased. It is equivalent to buying at a premium. Mu Yuan took this batch of goods back to Tianyuan territory and began the not-so-easy task of recruiting. He also recruited 50 newly minted, still hot skeletons and 10 treemen from the neighboring troop building as the new batch for the month. Today was his 118th day in the Eternal World. In a few days, Rakshasa and Hong Yi can evolve together. I wonder if experiencing 2 epic-level evolutions at once will give me a deeper understanding of Evo power, Mu Yuan pondered. At the same time, roar. In the skeleton cemetery, an excited roar echoed, causing the black fog to roll away and even causing a few dried leaves on the tree branches at the edge of the cemetery to rustle and fall. In the roar, there was an intimidating aura that caused palpitations. This was the dragon's aura. Hearing this made people feel a reverence and an urge to submit. If the power of the dragon's aura was fully activated, the wielder could make some rather weak lives perish directly with just a look or a roar. This was the power of a giant dragon. The power of Serio, it's back. Even if I haven't recovered to my peak state from my past life, I can still be invincible in this world. The bone dragon roared, full of spirit. At this moment, it was over a dozen meters long, and with its wings spread out, it was a giant creature covering the sky. After absorbing the power of its past life for several days, Bone Dragon Serio had entered the second order elite level. At this time, its level growth had slowed down a lot, and it could not grow several levels in one day like before. But that's okay. In Tianyuan territory, Serio had a power second only to Boss Dead Bone. After all, it was a dragon, a great and revered bone dragon. Not far away from a mound, Hong Yi's head popped out from the mound half asleep, looking drowsy. What the hell are you yelling about in the middle of the day, don't you know it's a public disturbance? Serio reflexively shrunk his head. A few days ago when he first entered the territory, Boss Deadbone had given him some instructions, not to yell randomly, not to release his dragon power. He did remember these instructions, but he couldn't help being overly excited. Wait, if it was Boss Deadbone nagging at him, he, the little bone dragon, would have accepted it. But you, Hong Yi, do you know who you are standing in front of? This is the great wing of the End Death Dragon, the venerable Lord Serio. You can't underestimate a bone dragon. Serio knew clearly, after all, he was a newcomer, a new dragon, it was reasonable to be looked down upon by senior members. When he, his predecessor served under the General of Death Remains, there had always been some undead who wanted to act superior because of their seniority. But he's a bone dragon, for God's sake. Let's fight. Serio shook his huge bone tail which was 3 to 4 meters long, sending dust flying everywhere. In the past, he had defeated other senior members one by one, displaying his unbeatable strength, and thus becoming the number one under the general. When in doubt, challenge to a fight, this was Bone Dragon's code of conduct. But Hong Yi yawned, what's the point of fighting, it's better to sleep during this time. Serio. His Bone Dragon's challenge was rejected, totally unacceptable. What should he do next? His limited experience didn't tell the Bone Dragon much, he got stuck here. Forget it, after all, he was a great bone dragon, it was normal for a soul body like Hong Yi to be afraid to compete with him. At this time, a green-faced, fanged man approached from a distance, if you're going to fight, count me in. It was Rakshasa, carrying a long red-brown spear. Unlike before when it was only formed during battles, he now maintained this spear all the time with the power of evil, and infused it with a lot of rare materials. This was the Lord's suggestion. Only in this way, could he create a weapon that best suited him, one that could change as he wished. To achieve this, Rakshasa specifically asked Master Li for advice on how to properly integrate the rare materials into the evil spear. He looked at the bone dragon in front of him, imposing and majestic. The subtle dragon power that diffused in the air made his body tense unconsciously, and his whole soul body became energized. He was excited, his soul was burning. It wasn't easy to find a suitable opponent in Tianyuan territory, either they were too powerful, or they didn't want to fight. The bone dragon seemed just right. No matter what they say, a dragon should not be weak, right? His suited Serio just fine. He wanted to declare his bone dragon status through a fight. The power of a dragon was something that ordinary creatures couldn't imagine. The man and the dragon, standing face to face on the vast grey field, attracted quite a few Liziku and Lizihun spectators. Hong Yi, who had said she wanted to sleep, was squatting on a tomb, eating a bag of sunflower seeds, looking forward to the drama. Start the fight, start it quickly. Just because she didn't want to fight didn't mean she didn't enjoy watching a fight. Serio was pleased with the lively scene. He released his dragon power, creating a storm on the flat ground. Click, 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 click. Off in the distance, a skeleton soldier ran out of energy under the invisible pressure and had to kneel down. Serio spread out his wings and soared into the sky. Dragon's Claw. Combining the power of darkness and the strength of the dragon, he reached out a claw, tearing the ground bit by bit, as easy as tearing tofu. But, his dragon claw missed. Where is he? Where? Not landing a hit with his initial attack wasn't surprising. Rakshasa was after all an elite-level strongman, he wouldn't be unable to take even a single blow. But, he couldn't see at all how Rakshasa had dodged his attack. Was that even possible? A feeling of unease rose in Serio's mind. Could it be that I, as a dragon, couldn't defeat? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He immediately dismissed his own premonition. It is a dragon after all. Who can rival a giant dragon when the levels aren't much different? Serio activates fog field. The dense heavy fog spreads out, obscuring the enemy's vision. Not only that, using the power of the fog, it manages to locate the position of Rakshasa. Found you. Dragon breath. The dark exhalation, speckled with icy blue, whirled out in a fan-like shape, covering a large area. The ground became increasingly withered and decayed, sporadically frosted with ice edges. But it missed yet again. At this moment, Rakshasa took the form of a wisp of smoke, shot towards the bone dragon, and sculpted a form on it. Beneath its simplistic appearance lay an enormous amount of the power of evil, and the thrust of his spear, now in artistic conception level, deceptively plunged relentlessly. The spear tip shattered countless white bones, but got stuck in midair. He did not harm this bone dragon. Between the real bones, there was a wall-like armor of death remains, standing in front of Rakshasa. And in the next moment, whoosh 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 whoosh. Countless skeleton spurs from the armor of death remains were thrust out like a rain of needles. This was the skeleton spur, combined with corpse armor, Serio's prized trump card. And yet, it missed again. Rakshasa fluttered about as if he was a wisp of smoke, a wisp of wind, avoiding the bone dragon's attacks whether they were enormous and mighty or swift as lightning. This was artistic conception. It was a control of the environment. It was a perfect manipulation of the flow of the energy of the universe. Rakshasa firmly dominated the combat. The bone dragon might not be weak, but it was nothing more than a slightly bigger target for him. The three vampires in the distance had their eyes wide open, shrinking their bodies, making them look more and more like partridges. The Lord Bone Dragon is actually... Who is this impressive fighter? I think living in a graveyard would be perfect, don't you think so, brothers? I think so. I also think so. Living in a graveyard would be heavenly. What about mansions, servants? Not even a thought. They've never had such an idea. They were the humble and earnest vampires. And on the battlefield, the bone dragon was still staring, murmuring to itself, impossible, absolutely impossible. Even though it was the strongest bone dragon of the lowest epic rank. Even though it inherited a considerable part of its predecessor's power. It's supposed to be unbeatable, rampaging through the battlefield, why is it losing to a mere ghost? No, I can't lose. Even though I am disadvantaged, even though I don't fully inherit the power, I am Serio, unbeatable in this world. His momentum rose, and faintly, it seemed to have absorbed and digested more of his predecessor's power. But at this moment, the opposing Rakshasa also powered up, with various brownish-red lines on his body coming alive. These tattoos flew out from his body, interweaving in mid-air, forming a roaring evil heavenly dragon. Faintly, a mild dragon's might seemed to be spreading out. A great fear was overshadowing it. The bone dragon gazed. The bone dragon pondered. The bone dragon concluded that knowing the score makes one outstanding. There were no conditions for a life and death struggle here. A ghost and a dragon could only conserve their powers for an exchange of blows. After a brief exchange, Serio realized that even though it was a bone dragon, standing at the peak of the white bone peaks, it indeed was slightly inferior to Rakshasa. As a proud dragon, it couldn't deny this fact. The Lord had many strong fighters under him. No wonder it was the first wise ruler the dragon had met after wandering half of its life. Its dream of ruling under only 2, above millions, was no longer possible. Now it was under 3 people. Wait a minute. It remembered in the territory, Rakshasa and Hong Yi were on par, and there were also a few other veteran fighters who had a similar stature. Could it be? Serio pondered, feeling its ranking within the group hadn't even started climbing before it was already being reduced by increments of 1. Chapter 194, 2 Ghost Leaders. In the battle between Bone Dragon Serio and Evil Ghost General Rakshasa, Yuan was sneakily watching through the Lord's vision. The outcome didn't surprise him at all. He believed that the Bone Dragon lost fairly. While Serio, as a Bone Dragon, indeed has strong base attributes, its race value compared to Evil Ghost General is not much stronger. In terms of skills, Serio possesses multiple high-level skills inherited from his previous life. However, Serio is ultimately not a dragon of a previous life. Its mastery of various high-level skills has not yet reached its peak, let alone surpassing the artistic conception. How about Rakshasa? He also possesses multiple high-level skills and talents and has already entered the artistic conception level, capable of exerting 130% of his power. The Bone Dragon can only exert 70%-80% of its power, still a few ranks lower than Rakshasa. Defeat is inevitable. It would have lost if it had fought against Hong Yi. After all, it is just a baby Bone Dragon that was born a few days ago. Of course, Rakshasa has only been born for 3 to 4 months. The most significant advantage of the Bone Dragon is not in solo combat. The Bone Dragon has 3 major advantages: it can be ridden, its huge size, and its dragon aura. During the 3-star excellence period of the General Dead Bone, if he did not have the Skill-1 giant beast of death remains, he would absolutely not be as good as the Bone Dragon in siege warfare. The greatest advantage of the Bone Dragon lies in its dragon aura. The presence of dragon's aura is also a major reason why dragon-type soldiers are highly sought after. Facing Rakshasa, the dragon aura didn't seem to make much difference. But if it were to deal with an entire army, even an elite army, the coverage of the dragon's aura could greatly reduce the enemy's combat power. The army has already formed a collective spirit. Can the effects of the dragon's aura be shared even if it's a negative effect? No matter, as the dragon's aura is a group-targeted attack. When all the warriors in the army are affected by the dragon's aura, there is no such thing as shared or not. The current dragon aura of Bone Dragon Serio is not strong enough, it still has a long way to go. It didn't understand before, thinking that just growing steadily would allow it to stand at the top of the white bone peaks. But now it understands, as a dragon, to stand on top of the world among the bones seems a bit difficult. Compared with real giant dragons, the Bone Dragon is, after all, far behind. Distressed, it whirled around in circles. A few days later, on a dark and windy night, robust men with green faces and fangs and women in red wedding gowns came from both sides in the skeleton cemetery enshrouded by the black fog. The auspicious time has come, it's time for evolution. Yuan emerged from the city lord's mansion and arrived at this area enveloped in dense black fog. This was the day of evolution he had chosen. He wanted to attempt the simultaneous evolution of 2 epics for the first time, hoping to peek into the ways of the evolution miracle. To do so, he invested soul crystals to enhance the coverage of the black fog in the skeleton cemetery. In addition, he had the domain interferer operating at full power well in advance. What's more, he called Ilo to assist the interferer in obscuring the celestial phenomena. It's simple. Ilo brushed her hair aside and summoned a brilliant river of stars. Compared with the initial one, this river of stars had grown to tens of meters long, with several particularly shining stars on it, as if casting an immeasurable power. As Ilo raised her hand, the star river shot through the black fog, flew to a higher place in the sky, and then rapidly extended. It looked like a huge scroll covering the sky and earth, or a dazzling and vast river of stars stretched across the sky above the Tianyuan territory, blending into the star-studded night sky. Done. Then let's get started. Yuan looked at Rakshasa and Hong Yi. The 2 generals had prepared themselves and adjusted their spirits and mindsets to their optimal state. There is no possibility of failure in evolution. But Mu Yuan wondered if the generals were in their best state and had taken some treasures that could temporarily enhance their comprehension in advance. Could they get more benefits during the evolution process? Like dead bone. While dead bone is of high intelligence, it usually can't create or comprehend high-level skills. Most of the high-level skills created by dead bone come from evolution opportunities. Great Lord Mu can be said to have contributed to 60% of it. Mu Yuan wanted Rakshasa and Hong Yi to give it a try too, just in case. For this reason, when the merchant caravan set off for Shilling Town a few days ago, he asked Daisy to buy some rare treasures that could enhance cognitive abilities and comprehension skills. Superior treasures? Such small places like Shilling Town usually wouldn't have them, and if they did he couldn't afford them. Strike off, wasn't willing to buy. Now, Mu Yuan has more ways to buy high-level items. In reality, his spokesperson Sophia has started establishing connections with some large business groups. In the eternal world, he can send Duolai to Panchi City. That place is the center of tens of thousands of miles, a frontier stronghold, gathering numerous players. Many lords have also set up their properties there. Various treasures can be said to dazzle people's eyes. The large-scale auction held once a year in Panchi City is said to have once featured epic items. Aside from Panchi City, the secret realm of the Elf's Courtyard is also a suitable place for high-end items trading. There are not many people who can enter this realm, but they are all elite lords from all over the world. On the 1st and 15th day of each month, there is a trading assembly held in the Elf's Courtyard. Lords from all over the place come here for transactions and barter trades. Mu Yuan has attended one or two of these assemblies, but he has been just an observer. He doesn't find common items appealing. As for the more valuable items, he can afford them albeit not completely, but spending dozens to hundreds of soul crystals on a single precious item is too low in cost performance for him. He is indeed poor. Although he holds hundreds of soul crystals in hand, he is still poor compared to the second-generation wealthy like Wangba and Dari. Compared with those senior lords who have accumulated wealth over many years, he is still poor. Besides a little bit of strength, he has nothing left. Among the crowd of onlookers, there was a large bone dragon that could be seen from afar. It stared with very confused eyes. What happened? No, what is about to happen? It heard it was evolution. Evolution what? What kind of evolution? The bone dragon Serio understood the concept of evolution, but he didn't dare to think on that line. Judging by the stakes and arrangements here, Rakshasa and Hong Yi, two formidable beings, seem to be on the brink of a transformative leap. Can the evolutionary miracle truly be achieved? The bone dragon murmured to itself. At its side, a blue-haired girl stood in the air and patted the bone dragon's head after hearing its murmur. This is basic operation, don't make a big fuss about it. Just look attentively, Junior, she told it. The bone dragon was given a light bop on its head but didn't dare to complain. Because this person was General Duolai. Even though General Duolai looked small and harmless, the bone dragon dare not underestimate her. After being defeated by Rakshasa and reflecting deeply on it, Serio began to find out which bosses in its territory could not be provoked. Among these big bosses, General Duolai was particularly strong, much stronger than Rakshasa. Her combat power was second only to her boss, General Dead Bone. What objection could Serio have if such big bosses gave it a light bop on the head? After all, it was just a weak and pitiful little bone dragon. It just stared with its big eyes, puzzled. If the evolutionary miracle exists. At this moment, Rakshasa and Hong Yi were silently waiting 200 meters apart. Mu Yuan stood in the distance, looking at them. In his eyes, too, a mysterious pool of evolution gradually appeared. The pool, filled with pure white water, took approximately half of the highest position in the entire evolutionary pond. But as it absorbed evolution points and used evolutionary miracles, the entire evolutionary pond kept expanding. From what was once a light ball, to a small pool now, it might become a pond, a lake, or even a sea in the future. Mu Yuan made his choice. Two pure white water dragons leisurely flew out of the pond and fell upon Rakshasa and Hong Yi. This was a scene only he could see. From the perspective of his soldiers, an invisible miraculous power descended, followed by a brilliant white light that enveloped Rakshasa and Hong Yi. The light completely covered their figures, only leaving muscular silhouettes and floating clothing. Under such pure white light, some indescribable changes began to occur on them. In the eyes of the bone dragon Serio, the two originally small figures gradually grew taller and more majestic. It felt like it could only look up at them. That was the epic life. For all lower life forms, it possessed a dominating influence. At the same time, the purple light exploded, the phenomenon reverberated, and they hid amongst domain interferers and Ilo's river of stars. Although this night in the Tianyuan territory remained peaceful, within the calmness, 2 dignified and revered epic lives were born. The evolution lasted for more than 100 seconds. The celestial phenomenons high in the night sky began to retreat, and the brilliant white light on Rakshasa and Hong Yi also slowly diminished. Mu Yuan stared. The miracle power was flowing and transforming. It seemed that he had caught something, but it also seemed that he understood nothing. Only when the prompt sound rang in his ears did he come back to reality. Ding! Prompt: your Rakshasa has bathed in the light of evolution and advanced to evil ghost leader, an epic 1-star life, and awakened the epic skill 3-phase body. Prompt: your Hong Yi has bathed in the light of evolution and combined with the power of the dark pupils, advancing to ghost commander of the underworld, an epic 1-star life, and awakened the epic skill underworld ghost market. As the prompt sounded, it marked the end of the evolution process. But for Rakshasa and Hong Yi, their transformation was far from over. They didn't know whether the treasures used beforehand had worked, or whether their personal accumulation was enough, but a qualitative change had occurred at this moment. On Rakshasa, an infinite amount of the power of evil surged out, entering the brown long spear that was strapped to his back and was almost one with him. The thick black fog in the air seemed to be attracted to something, like sand falling in an hourglass, sinking into the brown spear. The evil spear was like a bottomless pit, devouring these powers of evil, elemental forces from heaven and earth, and along with Rakshasa, undergoing transformation. Gradually, patterns appeared on the spear. Gorgeous and mysterious, carrying great power. Prompt: Rakshasa has had an insight during evolution and created a special weapon skill Phenai Evil Spear. Chapter 195, Assassin from the Other Shore. The hallmark of a second-order elite level is the energy armor. Armor skills are based on this. They are created by infusing countless rare materials to make skills that can be used as equipment. For Rakshasa, the Phenai Evil Spear-1, is not only capable of getting stronger but can also be easily integrated into his body, becoming his own primary weapon. In terms of strength and uniqueness, it is no less inferior than a hero's exclusive weapon. Phenai Evil Spear. Description: the spear is made by consolidating Rakshasa's powers of evil and refined through multiple forgings by using numerous materials, possesses advanced sharpness, high toughness, and can moderately amplify Rakshasa's power of evil. Additionally, Phenai Evil Spear can fixate on the sins of the enemy. The greater the sins of the enemy, the stronger the spear's power of Phenai and killing. Besides this, the evil heavenly dragon tattoo on Rakshasa also appears to be transforming, but it's not as prominent as the evil spear. While Rakshasa enjoyed a good harvest, so did Hong Yi. She didn't comprehend something as special as the Phenai Evil Spear. She only. Alert, Hong Yi has begun understanding the illusion's mindset. The illusory world under the imprisonment of the evil eye has notably enhanced. Alert, Hong Yi, through the illusory world, has developed the Venue skill Bloodstained Red Building. Alert, Hong Yi has combined the Venue skill with the epic skill Underworld Ghost Market, causing some changes in the ghost market. In terms of artistic conception, Hong Yi was once behind Rakshasa. It wasn't due to her insufficient talent. It was because Lord Shepherd used to practice with Rakshasa often, thus Rakshasa improved quite rapidly. When it came to Hong Yi, her path of illusion could only advance little by little through her own comprehension, hence her progress was slow. However, she had ample knowledge and through the evolutionary miracle, she seized the opportunity to break through in one fell swoop. In addition, Hong Yi was surrounded by numerous visions. An ancient marketplace emerged enveloping the scene, shrouded in dark fog, eerily foreboding as if it was nether hell. Only the stalls and shops inside were deserted, not even a single evil spirit could be seen. Underworld Ghost Market. Description: the ghost market is born from illusion's powers and can act upon reality. Initially, it only has the power to confine enemies. Hong Yi can open the ghost market to confine enemies and erode targets with weak resistance through the power of the ghost market, turning them into part of the ghost market evil spirits of the ghost market. Through continuous erosion and transformation, the underworld ghost market will gradually become bustling and produce more wonders. A deserted ghost market, searching for evil spirits. This is Hong Yi's underworld ghost market. This skill resembles that of General Dead Bones Wraith Sacred Mountain. Both are development type world-class skills. What's different is that the lower limit of her skill is very low but the upper limit is extremely high. Imagine if she transforms a third-order warlord-level enemy into a ghost market evil spirit, what kind of performance would this skill have? Epic skills are really mysterious. Not only do they offer unlimited potential, they can also derive and create numerous subordinate skills. The same epic skills may yield vastly different effects in the hands of different entities. Of course, there are some epic skills that do not change much. For instance, Duo Las Spatial Devour. This skill is akin to taking a bite, rupturing the space, devouring everything. Not to mention the derivation and creation. Even the method of use hardly varies. However, Spatial Devour possesses a certain beauty and strength. Up until now, no one has been able to resist Duo Las Bite. General Deadbone stated before, if it tries to resist Duo Las fatal move head-on, it could only use Wraith Sacred Mountain. Even then, half of the Sacred Mountain would be bitten off directly, indicating the power of Spatial Devour. Monstrously destructive power. Once the enemy is marked, there is almost no chance of evasion. The drawback is that Duo Lai can only devour targets within range. Last time, when handling the Blood Crow boss, Duo Lai had no chance to use this lethal move. Rakshasa's epic skill 3-phase body varies from Duo Lai, Deadbone, Hong Yi, and Ilo. It is quite extraordinary. 3-phase body. Description: Rakshasa can split into good body, evil body, ego, the three-dimensional entities. The combined strength of the three bodies is no weaker than the main body, but each have different tendencies. The good body possesses the flame of Phenai, capable of burning all sins. The evil body has the body of pulling out the evil, capable of devouring all sins to strengthen itself. Also, under certain conditions, the separated three-phase bodies can reunify again. Remark: the three-phase body is not a regular clone or incarnation skill. It has the ability to cultivate autonomously, and once it dies, a huge price has to be paid for it to recondense. At this moment, Rakshasa, holding the Phenai evil spear, is engulfed in a fierce evil gale. In this dark brown storm, Rakshasa's figure splits into three. Standing in the middle is his ego, appearing exactly as before. On the left is his good body. His skin appears less dark, his face less fierce, and even seems to have a compassionate appearance. On the right is his evil body. His muscles are bulging, his body twice as burly as before, his face dark and snarling, he looks like a king of evil spirits. Seeing the transformations of Rakshasa and Hong Yi, the generals and elites watched in envy. Who will be the next general to qualify for the epic evolution? The bone dragon could only swallow nervously, despite it not having saliva. The scene before its eyes was enough to amaze it for 10,000 years. After all, it's the bone dragon. Although it's not considered great or respected, known as the dragon clan's disgrace, weak and inferior, but as one of the strongest military types beneath the epic, it could understand the transformations of Rakshasa and Hong Yi more clearly. How to describe such changes? It would not be an exaggeration to say that it's like a carp turning into a dragon, or achieving an instant success. The bone dragon, just like itself, was merely a step away from becoming an epic, precisely 0.95 steps away. But this tiny gap was like a chasm. After struggling for hundreds of years, it had still failed to cross it. Now, it had the opportunity to do so, having been recruited by the great, revered, supreme, and the incomparable 10,000 words omitted, enlightened monarch. Moreover, the opportunity wasn't afar. The bone dragon wanted nothing more but to thank its predecessor. With the latter's clever and timely death, how else could it have met the enlightened monarch? Come on! For the glory of evolution, for the Lord, and to become a better quality mount, the bone dragon initiated frantic self-cultivation. The night was dark, and the stars glistened brightly. A tall figure walked through the silent forest. He seemed indifferent to the dangers lurking around him in the wilderness, and the dark, murderous night. In the pitch-black darkness, a pair of greeny eyes suddenly emerged. A powerful ghost wolf lunged out from the darkness, revealing its horrific sharp teeth. Its black hair blended with the night and its body coursed with potent shadow energy. The ghost wolf that lunged, froze in mid-air as if tied up by countless spider webs. The tall figure continued walking forward and didn't stop until he was hundreds of meters away. A line of blood only began to spill from the suspended ghost wolf after a while, spraying in all directions. The heavy scent of blood attracted more fierce beasts. Thus began a wild feast, making the quiet forest extraordinarily lively amidst the surging blood and ferocious roars. By the time the figure had long gone, he suddenly squatted down, scooping up some sand from the ground with a smile. I've discovered another territory. Let me think, this must be the 9th newly established territory. He pulled out a map from his pocket which marked the locations and general information of the previous 8 territories. He casually stuffed the map into his vest, quite relaxed. After all, his mission was merely to investigate new territories and the layout of the external defense line of Taixuan, as well as look for the possible presence of the Tianyuan territory in this region. This was simple for him, though it required time-consuming and repetitive territory searching and entry. He was not quite pleased to have been assigned this task. After all, he's not an ordinary player, but an A-rank insider from the Eye of Shen Yao. Even among A-grade explorers, he ranked high. He had accomplished 11 A-grade tasks and 4.4 B-grade tasks, an incredible record. He had even entered the territories of veteran lords several times, both Taixuan lords and neutral lords, and even the Lord of Yongxing. This filled him with immense pride. The most powerful aspect of a veteran lord was not their complete troop legion capable of conquering cities and territories or their famous generals, but their territories which constantly developed and managed to remain as impregnable as a golden fortress. All the territories of a veteran lord were like dragon pools and tiger dens. Not only could he infiltrate them, but also retreat in one piece. He might not be the most combative among A-grade explorers, but he was certainly one of the few who could best infiltrate and preserve life. He was therefore known as Victor of the Phantom. He was a powerful figure with a title. Once he had infiltrated the lair of a veteran lord, and unfortunately being exposed, he was even pursued by a 4th-order leader level, a dominant powerhouse. Yet, he still managed to escape unscathed. That was the most valuable asset he could show off. Assigning him to investigate new territories was, to put it plainly, an underutilization of his abilities. But precisely because Victor is no pushover, he understood the importance of this mission, which was to not only strangle Tianyuan but also to inspect the perimeter of the Taixuan alliance for the next strategic move. As Langxing will soon be merged, the dispute between Shen Yao and Taixuan becomes increasingly unavoidable. If only this Taixuan would remain a vassal to my Shen Yao obediently, we wouldn't have so much trouble. Everyone knows that a planetary world would normally give birth to only one faction. Shen Yao Empire was initially recognized by the Holy Griffin Empire. They were also the first to establish a faction. If Taixuan alliance hadn't unexpectedly obtained a heart of a faction from somewhere, their Shen Yao Empire could have collected the resources of the entire Langxing to reach higher positions a long time ago. Then his Victor of the Phantom wouldn't have missed the lordship. All of this was Taixuan's fault. Isn't it great for them to be our vassals like majority of the nations in Langxing? Victor moved quickly through the shadows, speeding along like a bolt of lightning. Sure enough, a modestly sized territory appeared in his view. The numerous lights within the territory glowed brightly in the night, like pearls. When he said the territory was modestly sized, he was comparing it to the older, more established territories he had seen before. Factually, the number of the buildings, lights, and guards all exceeded the 8 territories he had previously visited. This is a small town-level territory, he noted. Looks like I've finally encountered a newly established territory with some might. He hoped it would give him some gains, as well as entertainment. Victor walked straight ahead, yet his figure subtly changed, becoming invisible to the naked eye, as if he were a ghost. Chapter 196, This Lord may have persecution delusion. In the northern part of Tianyuan territory, a stone wall over 2 meters high, built from numerous stones of varying sizes, haphazardly stretched out to both sides, disappearing into a darkness beyond sight. Watchtowers stood tall every few tens of meters in front of the stone wall. Archers or other rotational soldiers occupied the heights of the watchtower, staying vigilant without shirking their duty. Surrounding them, soldiers wielding long halberds and spears patrolled along predetermined routes. Not only that. Victor of the Phantom looked up, squinted his eyes, and gazed into the pitch-black night sky. At that time, the moon was hidden behind the dark clouds, and the night was dark, but Victor, with his special skills, could still detect swift shadows passing through the night sky. It was some flying troops. Gazing down at the earth, even the slightest rustle of the grass wouldn't escape the eyes in the sky. The strict ground defense is already like a large net, but outside of this net are concealed eyes. This arrangement. Despite having seen various territories, Victor found himself somewhat tongue-tied. This seemed a bit excessive. Spending so much money to purchase so many rare troops to construct this defensive line, the lord of this place must have been paranoid. But Victor had to admit, this defensive line was effective, especially those eyes in the sky. If he hadn't been cautious enough to erase his presence with a special skill when emerging from the jungle, he would have been exposed. For any other A-grade explorer, those with less refined stealth and concealment abilities, they might indeed fail at this point. But it wasn't a big deal if they did fail. The new territory wasn't a dangerous pit of wolves and tigers. But if their colleagues found out they'd been outwitted by a new lord, they would surely die of laughter, becoming an embarrassing stain that would never be wiped clean for a lifetime. Seems like I have to be serious about this. I can't afford to be exposed in a territory that's only been established for a few months. With this thought in mind, Victor maintained his steady pace and moved forward. 400 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. He was getting closer and closer to the rather crude stone wall in the distance. The patrolling soldiers passed by not far away, with the nearest one only a few meters away from him. Victor was not only unworried, he even stopped to observe. A halberd guard, an imperial guard, and 3 spearmen. This configuration is something. From this, it seems the soldiers in the distant watchtower are not just archers, they are strong shooters. There were 6 such patrol squads like this around, and there must be hundreds of rare squads within the entire territory. Victor was tongue-tied again. The lord of this place was truly insane. But he also felt an excitement of having found a big fish. As an A-grade scout, Victor of the Phantom had great autonomy. How he gathered information and infiltrated territories was up to him. There were no specific mission objectives he had to complete, and the regional commander had no authority to direct him. This was the privilege of A-grade scouts. However, A-grade scouts also had to make a living. Important information could bring him more Shenyao merit points, providing him with an opportunity to progress further. Victor walked straight through the patrol squad. His figure resembled a ghost. His body presented a completely transparent texture. Even looking at himself, he could only see a faint outline. Form, sound, smell, when all of these disappear, the person almost fades into oblivion, more of a ghost than a ghost. As for the observation from the Lord's viewpoint, it was far from omnipotent. It could mark out infiltrated monsters to a certain extent, but was less effective against human players like him. Even some higher-ranked monsters, those that had awakened their self-awareness and possessed special abilities, had many ways to evade. Victor walked straight up to the stone wall, made a light leap, and landed on the over 2-meter-high wall. Standing on the uneven wall, Victor didn't rush to step down, but instead squinted his eyes to continue his observations. Soon, he noticed some inconspicuous carvings on the ground just inside the wall, hidden among the fine sand and stones. A detection array. Despite everything, Victor did not believe that a detection array from a small place like this could detect his hidden presence. However, he thought again, considering the Lord's level of paranoia here, chances are, he may have spent a hefty sum to procure array foundations. I need to be more cautious. He tightened the dark cloak around his body. This item, called the Cloak of Shadows, was the most valuable equipment he had and was the key to his travels far and wide. The dark cloak wrapped Victor completely within. He made a leap and truly set foot in this territory. The suspected detection carving did not respond in the slightest. Victor laughed in silence. I was being overly cautious. Perhaps due to being relatively newly established, or with not high enough quality materials, or due to the incredible ability of the Cloak of Shadows, ILO's detection array, in the end, failed to activate. A transparent human silhouette moved within the northern area of Tianyuan territory. This was the origin of Phantom in Victor's name. He infiltrated many territories and strategic locations, coming and going like a phantom, leaving no trace behind. Upon entering this territory, the first thing Victor saw was still the watchtowers and arrow towers. They were aligned at certain distances, turning the northern part of the territory into an impregnable fortress. Further in, he finally saw buildings that weren't for defense. Rows of 2- or 3-story buildings, neatly arranged. There was a windmill building that was more than 10 meters high in the distance. The large windmill was still turning slowly. It seemed that someone was working overtime late into the night. This was normal. The eternal world wasn't Langsing, and if people could knock off work at 9 in the evening, then it could only mean that the Lord was particularly benevolent. The Lord was like an emperor within his own territory, doing anything he pleased. But he was not a lord. It was so close back then. If their Star Splendor Federation were the only dominating power on Langsing, would his life have been completely different? Resentment +1. Victor continued to move forward, witnessing fertile soil and plants, one after another, planted on this land, which were clearly extraordinary and possibly of rare level. A lord only needed to stay within his own territory, enjoying the services of his subjects while harvesting resources over and over again, and he would have endless soul crystal coins. Unlike him, even though he was among the top players, he still needed to travel everywhere to earn some hard money. Why should it be that way? Resentment +1. Victor could control his negative emotions. Even if a new territory was just a sheep enclosure in his eyes, he would not take action against it. His self-designated role was always that of an intelligence officer, gathering information. After a while, having observed for a period, Victor did not go further into the core area of the territory but instead, turned westward to a special area. Here, dark fog visible to the naked eye wafted about, and the elemental energy between heaven and earth was abnormal. Not just him, an A-grade explorer, but even a normal person coming here would feel there was something off about this place. In such an abnormal place, he needed to investigate more closely. After walking for a while, Victor's brows furrowed. There is indeed something off about this place. He saw an enormous number of skeletons, wandering around individually and in groups. There were even quite a few skeleton warriors among them. He also spotted ghosts and resentful spirits floating around. There were significantly more of these rare creatures here than outside. Moreover, both the environment and the elemental energy in this place seemed out of the ordinary. Victor was well learned and had personally explored similar treasure troves before. If his guess was correct, this was it building. This new lord's territory actually has a unit building. It seemed like his previous assessment of this territory had been rather low. As Victor was thinking this, his gaze suddenly froze, locked onto a huge creature before him. Its massive body was made up of silvery white bones that looked like jade. A pair of ragged but huge bone wings were spread out, using some sort of force to enable the body to fly. If his eyes weren't playing tricks on him, this massive creature was likely one of the strongest units below the epic level, the Bone Dragon. It stood at the pinnacle among the ranks of skeleton units. As a top player who has been struggling for over a decade, he still didn't possess an excellent unit. And yet, this newcomer had managed to get a Bone Dragon in just a few months? Resentment +9.9. Victor was green with envy. This was an esteemed unit that he could never hope to possess in his lifetime. Suddenly, he shivered. Wait, Bone Dragon. Top-tier excellent units like Bone Dragon no longer exist in the form of remnant souls. To have one, it would require a lord with both great fortune and strength to recruit. But how could a newcomer possibly have the strength to recruit a Bone Dragon? Unless this newcomer was one in a million, a legendary figure. As Victor thought about this, his heart pounded non-stop. He was not initially concerned about the task of finding the Tianyuan territory, as it was like looking for a needle in a haystack, entirely dependent on luck. But could he have stumbled upon this massive stroke of luck? If this territory really is Tianyuan. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. He gazed further into the depths of the territory, eager to venture deeper. But his reason told him that if this truly was Tianyuan, his intrusion into the core area might expose him and alert the enemy. It might be better to retreat now, having already gathered quite a bit of information. This was already a great achievement. Go. Victor took another deep look, suppressing all his greed and desire, and was about to make his exit. As he turned around, a pair of huge eyes, glowing with the blue light of a soul flame, appeared before him, staring straight ahead. Staring at the empty ground before him. At the next moment, an immense and terrifying dragon's might washed over him like a tidal wave. In the distance, Dead Bones stood on a mound, gazing into the distance. What it was observing was not the figure that had been forced to reveal himself under the dragon's might, it was looking at the entire territory. Out of several defensive lines and a dozen arrangements, only one was effective. Indeed, our current defensive methods are too fragile. It said that to the Lord. Yuan also looked through the Lord's view and nodded. Indeed, they only discovered the enemy after they had entered the north area, which was too dangerous. Chapter 197. Bone Dragon, I am just a small soldier. Resentment +1. Where did I expose myself? Victor didn't think he had made any mistakes. He could only claim that the Bone Dragon was too mystical. After all, it is the top tier of elite forces. It's not impossible to awaken some mysterious abilities. He envied it. He was jealous and resentful. Resentment +6.6. Invisible resentment scattered, falling into the mouths of thirsty resentful spirits and evil spirits in the shadows. They slurped and savored it. Inhaling high-quality resentment, the spirits felt no regrets in life. But the joy and anger of the undead are not the same. At this time, the soul flame in the eyes of Bone Dragon Serio was burning even more fiercely with rage. Even its dragon prestige had broken through at that moment, as if it made the air stagnate. It looked at the intruder in front of it. A black cloak, a fitted black combat suit, the person was completely melted into the twilight. His figure was slightly blurred as if he would disappear at any moment. If it hadn't been for Boss Deadbone's reminder, Serio wouldn't have noticed the intruder at all. This, no matter what the reason, would undoubtedly lose him points in the eyes of both Boss and Lord, which would impact the ranking of his epic sequence. How could the Bone Dragon not be angry? This is a grudge about evolution. Great Bone Dragon Serio, I grant you a death. The voice was deafening. The undead energy in its body surged out, even making the surrounding black fog gathered, forming a black claw as long as 10 meters in the blink of an eye, as if it were covering the sky. This is a bone dragon, even though it is far from its peak. The color of Victor's face also turned serious. Under the dragon's prestige, he couldn't enter the deep dive state any longer, and even his energy circulation was slower. But, this bone dragon is still too naive. After all, it was only a few months old since its birth. Victor merely shimmered slightly, freeing himself from the inherent pressure of the giant claw, taking a side step and leaving a series of afterimages. Boom! The dust was thick, and the gravel and sand spurted up to 10 meters high. But by this time, Victor had already dodged more than dozens of meters and had no intention of confronting the bone dragon. He headed straight for the darkness in the distance. His thought was simple. The bone dragon is indeed difficult, but why should he confront it head-on? He is the eye of Shiny's A-class spy, resembling a phantom. He can even sneak away from some city lords, let alone an immature bone dragon. Just as Victor had this thought, he found a thick grey fog surging around him. The grey fog was even deeper than the black fog, not only blocking his sight but also seemed to disrupt his discernment of space and direction. This is a venue skill. Damn it, top-tier forces are indeed privileged. The giant figure from behind was already attacking. Victor no longer hid. He reached out, took out two swords with only handles. With an energy surge, two sharp rays spread from the sword handles. He seemed to move with extreme speed, leaving several afterimages around the bone dragon, avoiding dragon claws, thrusts, dragon breath, and other skills several times, and leaving deep cuts on the bone dragon's armor. After fighting for a dozen moves, Victor finally learned how the grey fog field worked. His whole figure shattered like a soap bubble, turning into nothing. The next moment, he appeared hundreds of meters away. He retreated calmly, breaking out of the containment of the dense fog field. Yuan territory is indeed a bit tricky. But no matter how tricky it is still a small territory that has only been established for a few months. For Victor of the Phantom, he could even infiltrate and exit the dragon's lair-like cities of senior lords, let alone a small territory. Of course, as a ranger player, he had no intention of directly challenging an entire territory. That would exhaust him. But if he wanted to leave, the leader-level forces could not stop him. He said so. The most dangerous individuals in Tianyuan territory are undoubtedly the Bone Dragon just now and the Star Maiden that Lord Tianyuan recruited at the festival grounds. As long as I pay attention to these two, I can come and go freely in this territory. At this moment, a string of sharp arrows sliced through the air with a high-pitched sound, forming a net that descended. These arrows were fired from the level 3 arrow tower. In large numbers, even elites would be shot into hedgehogs. But Victor was dancing among the arrows, leisurely moving. His mentality was relaxed, nowhere near as nervous as when he exposed his identity in a city-level territory. He even had the leisure to take a glimpse at the core of Tianyuan territory. Mu Yuan was also watching him, displaying his figure from multiple angles. The arrow tower coordinated the shooting. The mage tower fired large magic missiles with tracking capability. Thunder coil tower also erupted dazzling thunder light. Through this intruder, Mu Yuan had tested all the defensive buildings, and the result was not so good. The first two were almost non-threatening, and the Thunder Coil Tower was somewhat useful, but still far from severely injuring or killing a warlord-level powerhouse. Especially this warlord level has a strong sense of self-preservation. Mu Yuan glanced somewhere else. The domain interferer was buzzing and maintaining medium-low power, already intercepting the communication information sent by the intruder. Of course, there was another safeguard beyond the domain interferer, called ILO. This girl was surveying the layout of the spell formations at the edges of the territory through her hero's vision, mumbling to herself about how she should improve them. Mu Yuan's gaze continued to fall on the intruder. Since the test is almost over, it's time for the curtain to fall. At this moment, Victor of the Phantom was retreating outward. Even if he needed to continually dodge arrows and thunderbolt attacks, he still gradually distanced himself from the pursuing bone dragon. As long as he could escape from the bone dragon's sight and was not locked down by the dragon's might, he'd be able to enter the deep diving state. If even the strongest bone dragon couldn't catch up with him, where couldn't he go in the entire territory? Behind him, the bone dragon Serio, realizing that he indeed couldn't catch up, looked a bit dispirited. But, seeing the dark figure that walked out from the depths of the cemetery and blocked the invader's path, the bone dragon couldn't help but cackle. You might not believe it if I say. As a bone dragon, I'm just a lowly soldier. The dark-skinned man blocked the must-pass path not far away. At first, Victor didn't care. He had already chopped down more than 3 or 4 skeleton generals with his light sword just now. However, as Victor gradually approached this dark-skinned man, his muscles unconsciously tensed up, and his hairs stood on end. This was an instinctive warning from his body. He looked more closely. The muscle-bound man seemed fierce at first glance, but upon closer inspection, he appeared very gentle. He was full of sorrow and pity. Donor, you are sin-ridden. As the compassionate muscle-bound man finished speaking, his figure instantly appeared in front of Victor and launched a punch. This punch was grand yet orthodox, burning with the flame of Phenai that could purify all sins. Victor could only dance with his sword, interweaving a dense, silver-white sword light. But he was too hasty, and his energy output was insufficient. The sword light shattered under the dazzling flame fist. The punch, slightly reduced in momentum, landed on Victor. His figure shattered like a bubble and reappeared several meters away, drops of sweat beading on his forehead. This man. It's not as simple as being a master. The reason he was caught off guard was because the muscle-bound man was too fast. Even faster than him, who was known as a phantom. The man was so strong yet so fast. Does this make sense? When the white flame fist was about to land on him, Victor felt a chill rushing straight to his head. His intuition told him not to take this punch head-on, even though it looked not so strong because of the reduced momentum. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. His intuition had always been accurate. Donor, your sins are grievous, they need to be purified. The muscle-bound man continued to speak, with a volume that was initially not loud, but gradually roared like a thunderbolt, pouring into Victor's eardrums. Victor took a deep breath. The strong fighters in Tianyuan's territory had once again surpassed his expectations. He might not be his opponent. Of course, his strongest ability was to save his life, and he was initially being pursued closely. But he didn't expect that Tianyuan territory would also have such strong fighters. It's time to get out quickly. But the muscle-bound man is not like the bone dragon. He was faster and more agile than Victor. So how could he get out of this predicament? Victor was prepared. His ability to traverse countless key areas certainly wasn't only based on his personal power. Behind him, from within the shadows, a ghostly shadow slowly rose. It was somewhat similar to the ghostly troop types, but its body wasn't human-shaped, but more like a huge black sphere. This was the rare 3-starred troop type ghosts of the underworld. Among the rare troop types, they belonged to the most expensive group and many lords didn't get the chance to own one. It had cost Victor a great deal to get just one. After his careful cultivation, the ghosts of the underworld had reached the 3rd order warlord level. It was one of his most important life-saving methods. As soon as the ghost-like sphere appeared, it opened its big mouth and swallowed its owner in an instant. Immediately afterward, the figure of the ghosts of the underworld quickly shrank. It lightly jumped up and quickly fell down, disappearing without a trace as if a fish had jumped into the water. This was the ability of the ghosts of the underworld. Wall penetration, traveling between shadows was as easy as pie for them. A 3rd order ghosts of the underworld could even sneak into the land of ghosts, which exists in the cracks of the world, travel thousands of meters away in an instant with the help of ghostly power. Facing the chase of the 4th order leader level, Victor had escaped by using this move. Once the ghosts of the underworld sneak into the land of ghosts, he was safe, and the world was wide open for him. Within the skeleton cemetery, Rakshasa was watching the place where the ghost had disappeared and was about to chase after it. He was originally from a ghost-like race, his muscled body was actually made of soul body. He was totally capable of tracing and catching up with the ghost. It'd be a piece of cake. Rakshasa was seeking and distinguishing traces, but he suddenly stopped. He was lost for words, hesitating what to say. At this time, splash! A shadow was creating layers of ripples, and a plump ghost jumped out from it. Inside the ghost's body, Victor was observing as well. He wasn't quite sure where he had escaped to, he just let the ghost flit away as far as possible. Probably, they had already run a few tens of kilometers away. While contemplating this, the surrounding environment gradually came into view. This was surprisingly an ancient-looking small town. On both sides of the road paved with green stone slabs were shops and stalls. There were plenty of goods on the shelves and stalls, such as oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, fabric, fruits, etc., but no one was minding them. It was desolate as if it was a ghost town. No, this was indeed a ghost town. There were dark mists floating around, with the sky dark and gloomy. A conspicuous red building was looming in the dark mist. Victor was very certain that this place was not in Yuan territory. But, where on earth was this? Chapter 198. Death-like. The eternal continent is vast and boundless, filled with all types of treasures, dangerous lands, and mysterious areas. Anything could happen when players are exploring. What about Victor? The ghost of his underworld flashed into the gaps between heaven and earth, using it as a springboard to flee far away. Normally, the furthest distance would be just a few tens of kilometers. He wouldn't be drilling into any underworld ghost market, but the strange market appeared before his eyes and he couldn't ignore it. It's possible that I've encountered a small probability event, such as accidentally experiencing a spatial shift, or the ghost's underworld escape just happened to enter a special place within a spatial gap. Victor not panicked at all. He is an experienced A-grade explorer who has been through all sorts of difficulties. Moreover, theoretically, if the ghost can escape into this place, he can also escape out of it in the same way. Perhaps, he, Victor, has encountered a great opportunity. The risks and rewards of such special places are often proportional. In each of the shops there, he might find some treasures. If one were to ask where the greatest benefits could be obtained, Victor looked at the magnificent red building hidden in the black fog. They must be there. Thinking of this, Victor got a little excited. He didn't rush directly to the red building, but went into a nearby shop, rummaging around and finally he took out some leather. It appears to be just ordinary beast leather. He went into another shop, searched and scraped. All he found were a few red blood fruits. Is that all? He was very dissatisfied as the actual scenario was far from his initial estimation. But based on his years of experience, such an extraordinary market should have more than this. I went into the shops, knocked over the goods, but didn't encounter any danger. So it seems all the treasures are concentrated in the red building. Hong Yi, the ghost market just opened, and she can't materialize high-level treasures. You can't blame her for that. What can she do without any staff here? Hong Yi stayed in the building, quietly watching. Being watched, Victor didn't realize it. He just continued to walk towards the red building. The building, which seemed not far away, took longer to reach than he thought. He passed one street after another and walked for more than 10 minutes until he finally got close to the red building. He looked up, and the outer walls of the building were blood red, as if it was built with fresh blood. The wind blew, and the wind chime made a ding-ding sound. Looking at the building, Victor's face suddenly changed. What power is invading my body? No, strange powers have been eroding me all the time, but I didn't realize it until just now. Indeed, such special places can't be without dangers. But that's okay. He, Victor, can just leave for the time being and return to explore the unknown after he's fully prepared. He has the ghost of the underworld, which can travel through the underworld. This is his absolute advantage. Let's go. He muttered. In the shadow, the round body of the ghost of the underworld emerged and swallowed Victor. It then retreated into the underworld again, anchoring the furthest distance and began to escape. Swipe. The ghost of the underworld leapt into the shadow and rushed out from somewhere else. The dark view gradually became clear. Victor looked around, and his facial expression suddenly froze. How come he was still in the ghost market? No panic. Maybe the ghost market is too vast to jump out in one go. Victor thought so. He stood at the same spot, waiting for the ghost of the underworld to recharge for the next underworld escape. Then, he entered the ghost's stomach. The next moment, the ghost figure leaped into the shadow as if it was a pool and disappeared. Then it appeared again. Victor's face messed up again. He just couldn't believe it. Escape. Escape. Continue to escape. The ghost of the underworld was like a fish stranded on the shore, constantly flapping, jumping up and down, after several attempts. The originally fat ghost of the underworld visibly became skinny. It was panting heavily and sticking out its tongue as it ran out of strength. Really, it had none left at all. Underworld escape was originally a challenging technique. It required a gap after use and it was a heavy burden to carry a person each time. But after several consecutive escapes, even the third-order ghost of the underworld couldn't take it anymore. It glanced resentfully at Victor. No matter how much Victor urged it, it refused to exert any more energy. It just couldn't run anymore. It still couldn't run even when it was extremely anxious. Fuck. Victor had to force himself not to panic. He took out a spherical crystal-like contacting tool from his storage ring, gently caressed it, activated it, and used it. He was trying to contact the outside world. His contact attempt failed. These special places usually cause serious interference. No panic, I am prepared. He continued to stay cool. A broken pattern appeared on the back of his hand, summoning 2 elite-level shadow assassins. Under his command, the 2 assassins rushed continuously in 2 directions. Hundreds of meters. Thousands of meters. Tens of thousands of meters. The ghost market seemed larger than he thought. The 2 shadow assassins had been running for a long time but still hadn't seen the end. As Victor continued to wait, suddenly, the contact between him, the chosen one, and these 2 rare soldiers completely broke off. His face changed again. Don't panic, I still have a plan. Victor took out a breaking boundary stone and smashed it down hard. Nothing changed. Don't panic, I still have a plan. Victor tore a precious teleportation scroll. His body disappeared in a blink, but reappeared at the original place the next moment. Don't panic, I still have. Victor forced himself not to panic my foot. This isn't a place of opportunity at all, it's doom. The doom that guarantees the death of any who stray into it. The seeds of fear have landed, quickly taking root and sprouting, burrowing into his flesh, gnawing at his soul, invading and occupying his entire body. By the time Victor realized something was amiss with his fear-filled psyche, his psychological defense had already been overwhelmingly breached, and his consciousness wavered vastly. Ghosts, ghosts. He summoned his most powerful ghosts, only to turn and see his own ghost looking lifeless, stepping slowly into the next shop and starting to tidy up the goods in it. As if it were the shopkeeper or an apprentice here. Everything was so natural. Victor seemed to realize something, but darkness had already surged like a tide, engulfing him entirely. Inside the blood-stained red building, Hong Yi, wearing a wedding dress, supported her chin on her hand as she rested her elbows on the windowsill. She overlooked the entire ghost market, but never really took action. She had taken care of 2 third-order war general-level experts, completely allowing them to be consumed and turned into part of the underworld ghost market. If future jobs could all be this easy. She stood up, stretched, displaying her beautiful curves. But Hong Yi knew well that not all battles would be this easy. This intruder was not weak at all. If it were a normal confrontation, she could win, but at great effort and annoyance. Who asked the intruder to enter the underworld ghost market himself? But once there are more evil ghosts in the ghost market, I can indeed take it easy. The skill of the underworld ghost market is really nice. Twilight Plain region. Somewhere hidden within a mountain, a very covered outpost of the Eye of Shiny. Sir, the losses of the hounds are somewhat overboard. A black-clad executor bowed and said. Hounds referred to the loose players attracted with heavy money. They included natives of the Star Splendor Federation and many foreign players. The Eye of Shiny welcomes all. They used the hounds as cannon fodder, scouting out minefields one by one, or areas that deserved to be focused on. But the hounds were all elite-level players, not real cannon fodder, and if the losses were too big, they would be questioned by the superiors. It doesn't matter. The regional commander with a black cane and a V-shaped mask waved his hand. As long as we can scout out enough information, there won't be any problems. Hounds are supposed to be used like this. We can't possibly waste our precious funds on these hounds. Hounds? Even if they were from the Star Splendor Federation, they were just expendable goods. The internal scouts of his Eye of Shiny were the real companions. Only these elite scouts and senior scouts were able to obtain real information. What's the situation with the scouts from all over? Of 136 sea-level scouts, 18 are currently out of contact. Not a small loss. But after all, it was just sea level, these guys were still relatively inexperienced, they were just being used for training. The V-Face commander remained unfazed. The black-clad executor continued, B-level scouts have obtained NB-level pieces of information and several C-level pieces of information. However, Ma Xiu and Cha Zhen, among the B-level scouts, have lost contact. I asked a diviner to do a divination, and it is confirmed that these two colleagues have been sacrificed. They were all good fellows, let's have a moment of silence for them, remember to send the consolation money to their families. The V-Face commander said so. But he wasn't surprised either. After all, Xian country was not an easy opponent, their scouts were bound to suffer losses. Compared to the information obtained, this loss was totally within the acceptable range. Continue. Keep scouting. Don't stop. He didn't ask about the situation of the A-grade explorers. He only had a few A-grade explorers here, each of them with unique skills, they don't need his specific inquiry. The sub-executors didn't have much information about A-grade explorers either. A-grade explorers don't need to report regularly, and they often have very little contact with headquarters. But once they contact, it means that important information has arrived. The V-Face commander was very confident in the abilities of these senior scouts. The only thing he was unsure about was whether these untamed guys were really working hard or not. The black-clad executor, who had just left, returned. He came to the front, wanted to speak but stopped, pondered for a while, and finally said, "Commander, the A-grade explorer. Victor of the Phantom in the A-grade, cannot be contacted." The executor was a bit anxious. But the V-Face commander was very calm. As a former A-grade scout himself, he knew very well the temper of those guys. He just said, "It's okay if you can't contact for a while. The missions of the A-grade explorers are quite heavy. He might be hiding, or he might have turned off the contact because of something. Anyway, try to contact him again in a few hours. And, as an intelligence officer, the most important thing is to learn to stay calm, don't let anxiety and panic control oneself." "Yes, sir." A few hours later. "Still can't contact, sir." Several hours later. "Still can't contact, sir." "Sir, as you know, an A-grade explorer, the last contact from Victor was 3 days ago." "Sir, we have asked the mages of the divination department to perform the divination. Using the memento Victor left in the base, the mages deciphered a clear result, but this result..." The black-clad executor wanted to be tactful in his words, but found it difficult to euphemize. He could only say, "The result of the divination is, Victor is dead, but Victor is also still alive." This was not a vague result of uncertain life or death. The result was that A-grade explorer Victor was between life and death. With a fluid variability. As if dead. Chapter 199, Red Tower, I Will Conquer. As the intelligence officers at Eye of Shiny were bewildered over whether Victor had died or not, Yuan territory was in session. "Oh no, they were unboxing, that's not quite right either. They were unboxing their loot as if they were opening a blind box." Victor, such a powerful man, was an absolute big shot in the eyes of ordinary players, and also a public official of the Shenyao Empire. Naturally, he was wealthy. Even if he might not have brought many of his wealth with him. The unboxing location was in the Tianyuan's private secret realm, the Black Wasteland. The unboxer was none other than General Duo Lai. And the blind box was naturally Victor's corpse, along with the equipment and items stored in his storage ring on his body. His body was not only cold at the moment, but the flesh was also decaying and did not resemble the body of a third-order expert. The essence of his flesh seemed to have been taken away by something. His essence remained in the underworld ghost market in the form of a soul body. Eternal existence. Isn't this a beautiful death? Duo Lai was fumbling with the storage ring, muttering, "Come on out, good loot." It pulled out a bag of soul sand, in total 13600 G. It pulled out 31 remnant souls, one of which was a rare 1-star Shadow Assassin's remnant soul. Then it pulled out a bunch of scattered odds and ends. Maps, classified documents that needed to be deciphered. The map only recorded the area this intruder had traveled through. Not only were the coordinates of 8 newly risen territories recorded, but also 2 monster tribes and 13 monster camps. Not bad, these camps and tribes are all treasures. From some scattered objects, Yuan also obtained information about this intruder Victor of the Phantom. He said he didn't recognize him. It was normal not to know him. The Phantom's Victor was extremely powerful, a 3-star Phantom Swordsman class at the rare warlord level. Although his job level was not high, he seemed to have learned many inherited skills from various channels. If Rakshasa hadn't evolved to an epic level, it would probably be at a disadvantage against him. But once Rakshasa had evolved, any of her 3-phase bodies could suppress him. Yet even powerful as Victor did not attack and seize resources from monster camps and tribes along the way, which speaks to the weakness of ranger players. Even if he could wipe out an entire monster camp and kill hundreds of monsters, it would take a lot of time and effort, and the rewards might not be worthwhile. Unlike Lord players who have to put in little effort to seize loot and resources, it's as easy as giving a command. For Lord Shepherd, he doesn't even have to command it, his generals can handle it themselves and bring back resources. The thing Victor had the most of on him stored up was various items. Duolai was demonstrating its math skills, which were now on par with a 6th grade primary school students, and was counting. There are 135 regular magic technique scrolls in total. There are also 26 rare grade magic technique scrolls, of which there are the most stealth scrolls, capable of eliminating all your own breath. Excellent grade technique scrolls, none. Wait, he used a space transfer scroll. Damn it. This guy really knew how to take those with him to the grave. Duolai stamped its feet. It then sorted out other types of items, such as cannon fodder puppets for scouting and compass needles for detecting energy, and so on. Among this batch of items, it finally found a valuable item. Doll of Fate Substitution, excellent. Description: after the owner binds it, it can substitute for the owner to take all the damage of death in a crisis, and restores the owner's physical state to peak condition within 3 seconds. After use, the Doll of Fate substitution will be destroyed on its own. This is an extremely powerful life-saving item. Yuan had seen this treasure both at the Tai-Shen Covenant Exchange platform and the Elf Courtyard Traders meeting. Its price was steep. It is difficult to purchase with just soul crystals. You either have to exchange it with contribution points, or trade for it with other treasures at high-level trading meetings. Yet, Yuan looked strange. Obviously, this intruder did not activate this precious item until his death. Is the Doll of Fate substitution too lousy? Not at all. This is not only an excellent grade item, but players who have used it also highly praise it. It is a precious thing that can give you an extra life. But however strong the Doll of Fate substitution is, the underworld ghost market has it beat. Perhaps this is where the power of epic skills comes in. No matter the underworld ghost market, 3-phase body, River of Stars or the Wraith Sacred Mountain, they all realize some incredible effects that are unimaginable and incomprehensible. However, this also shows that the Doll of Fate substitution has a limit. The underworld ghost market can circumvent the law of death substitution. There must be other abilities that can do the same. The most reliable method of preserving one's life is, indeed, killing all enemies. He sighed lightly. Deadbone nodded deeply in agreement. After finishing browsing the storage ring, next was the most heavyweight treasure on the intruder, his equipment. The intruder, who was a high-ranking player in the Third Order, was affluent and equipped with a total of 6 pieces of equipment on his body. The armor was the rare grade armor of Night Shadow, the battle boots were the rare grade snow flying boots, in addition there were rare accessories, stealth pendant, premonition amulet. Each one of them was a top quality item among the rare grade items. Of course, things like battle armor and boots had been worn and hence suffered wear and tear. It would be best to let Master Li remelt them for remanufacturing. There are 2 more items at the excellence level. Duo Lai said. The first one was a set of light swords, which combined to form an initial entry into the rank of excellence and was named the Phantom Light Dance Sword. In addition to being highly sharp and having primary enhancement, it was also attached to a high-level skill called Light Shadow Slash, which could generate dozens of slashes in an instant. However, there was no one in the entire Tianyuan territory suitable for using this pair of light swords. Even Master Li would find it difficult to perfectly remodel a piece of equipment at the excellence tier. Yuan could either play around with them himself or find an opportunity to exchange them for other treasures. The value of the other piece of excellence gear was much higher. Cloak of Shadows, excellent. Explanation: this equipment can slightly enhance the wearer's physique, spirit, and energy, and can conceal the wearer's breath and energy fluctuations. At the same time, it can activate the active skill Shadow Fusion, under which the ability to conceal one's breath is greatly enhanced. Most detection abilities can be ignored, and lower-level enchantments can be directly passed through. Note 1: the effect of this equipment will be greatly enhanced in a dark environment. Note 2: the Cloak of Shadows has no physical existence and can be integrated into cloaks, capes, ribbons, etc. The gains were considerable. If one were to hark back to the times when the Tianyuan territory was still poor, there were no items of excellence at all. Now, they suddenly had two. Thank you for nature's gift. Apart from the gifts, the defense problem of the territory must be taken very seriously. The assassins that came this time weren't strong enough, but what about next time? Of course, these foreign spies and assassins, no matter how strong they were, could only be so strong. Firstly, the true top-tier experts had their status to maintain and wouldn't stoop to do such petty acts of assassination and sabotage. Secondly, top-tier experts were well known, and while the Shenyao Empire dared to influence Taishien's development through some small tricks, it did not dare to wage a real war. In the deep wilderness, there were real enemies after all. Tide, fallen gods, filth. The territories of humans were expanding and their forces were getting stronger, but real calamities had erupted several decades ago, and over 100 and 200 years ago, and 300 years ago. Although the result was always a victory for humans, many countries had been annihilated in those calamities. The next calamity might arrive at any time. At present, the Tianyuan territory only had some survival ability, but it was still far from strong, and it had to solidify its entire territory like a rock. Half a day later, Hong Yi and Ilo worked together to decipher the classified files, and also retrieved fragments of information from the mind of the intruder, Victor. They were somewhat disappointed. We saw the enemy's secret base, but couldn't find any location information. The other decrypted information can only be said to be a bit useful. Mu Yuan, however, was not disappointed. This was within his expectations. Besides, what if they did find the location information? Could he attack it? That would be too reckless. He could also report this location information, choose to invite official intervention, but who could guarantee that this frontline base was not a bait set by the Shenyao Empire? For the Tianyuan territory at present, what was most important was to buy more time for development. And according to the decrypted information, the enemy knew very little about his Tianyuan territory. There were many possible causes for the death of an A-grade scout, and the most likely one was that he was assassinated by Taishian Lianji. The Eye of Shenyao would need time for any investigation. And he, too, needed time. Now that Rakshasa and Hong Yi have both evolved, there are 3 epics in the Undead Legion. One could say that the combat power has greatly increased. Even if the highest level member of the entire Legion was only at the mid-stage of the Second Order. Even if the vast majority of the Undead Legion soldiers were still First Order soldiers. Mu Yuan felt that it was time to venture into the land of challenge. This time, he had to go all out. Once the entire Red Tower was conquered, the gifts he would receive from the heavens and the earth would be enormous. Land of Challenge, the Red Tower area. Mu Yuan hadn't been here for a while. When he arrived, he found the place somewhat lively, with dozens of lords. Some of them were familiar faces. Lord Dari. Lord Luo Xing. There were also some new faces surrounding them, who were probably newbie lords like him. It seemed that with the Dragon Court competition approaching, they had also received keys to the secret realm. Naturally, they couldn't avoid challenging these levels to measure their ability. Just that. Damn it. This land of challenge is too difficult, isn't it? I can't even pass the first level. It's normal that you can't pass it. You should say how long you lasted at this level. Everyone here is comparing endurance. As greenhorns like us who have just developed for a few months, who can pass it anyway? But, I heard that Lu Miamu, the Lord of Huan Chao, passed the first level. Hiss. Someone looked at Lord Dari. Back then, Lu Miamu ranked 3rd on the golden list, while Dari was 5th. The two were said to be close, but looking at the slightly green face of Lord Dari, it was clear that he couldn't get through. He was probably far from it. No wonder Lord Dari's ranking on the rookie list kept falling. He couldn't keep up. What about the Tianyuan territory? Does anyone know the record of the big boss Tianyuan? Chapter 200, Battle Achievements, Radiant Spirit, Guardian. The newcomers exchanged glances. Tianyuan was always a mystery and never mingled with their group. At first there were lords who sneered at Tianyuan's aloof attitude, disdainful of associating with them, but all these words disappeared after the conclusion of the Hero Festival. Perhaps, Tianyuan really was aloof. If Tianyuan was just slightly stronger than them, then some of the lords would certainly feel jealous and bitter. However, Tianyuan's performance at the festival grounds was so impressive that it put them all to shame, even the lord of Xian country admitted it. Anyone who dared to mock Tianyuan would be rebuked. Among the newly appointed lords, there were quite a few who admired Tianyuan. However, they knew very little about Tianyuan, or should I say, they knew nothing at all. Someone looked at Zhang Loxing. Zhang Loxing shook his head. Tianyuan was still out of their reach. People like Lu Miamu, Wang Erteng and others were more realistic goals for them to strive for. I heard that the Lord of Wangba also passed the first test, but how exactly did they manage to do it, a lord said. These words resonated with many people. Yes, how exactly did they pass? Facing 300 elite-level enemies would make anyone feel desperate. They couldn't even hold out long, let alone break through, and could only defeat a few enemies out of the whole throughout the entire battle. They couldn't even imagine how their peer lords dealt with these terrifyingly strong enemies. They were all talented individuals and outstanding among the lords, but in just a few months, the gap had widened so much. How the Lord of Wangba passed, I am not so sure, but the Lord of Huanchao, Lu Miamu, I have a rough idea of the tactics she used. A young man said, I had once fought with this city lord of Hanyu's sister in a secret realm. She is incredibly talented and possesses some kind of specialty skill that can link and amplify her own troops. She excels at combining the power of many spring spirits, Huanchao spring spirits, creating a huge wave capable of destroying and submerging everything. This giant wave is not as simple as dozens of waterflow 1, surf skills used at the same time, but a real skill fusion, which evolves into large-scale magic. What is fusion? It is a change not only in quantity but also in quality. However, skill fusion is not easy. Usually, only a core that has formed an army soul embryo can do it, and it still requires constant practice to master. It's hard to imagine Lu Miu's core forming an army soul, right? Of course, our main core of this generation has just reached the professional level. No matter who it is impossible to form an army soul at this stage, but this Lord Huanchao, she is able to command ordinary core and condense into large-scale magic. There may be many restrictions, I guess she can only control spring spirit type troops or something like water element, but no matter what, this talent is really exaggerated, and as long as the large-scale magic can be used, it is not difficult to overwhelm and destroy these 300 elite-level enemies. Everyone suddenly understood. They mostly come from well-off families with parents or grandparents who possess army soul core, and they know a thing or two about the army soul embryo and large-scale magic. Because they knew, they were amazed at Lu Miamu's talent. Compared to her, their innate abilities really seemed inferior. The Lord of Dari felt dejected. His innate talent was known as Great Sun Fire1. With this talent, his combat power was top tier among the new lords, and he had even entered the artistic conception level earlier on. Back then, he perceived himself as superior to the Lord of Wangba, believing that only Tianyuan could challenge him among his peers. However, in the first round of the Red Tower, he was only able to shoot down 10 to 20 spring spirits before being pierced by water arrows. He couldn't see a way to pass the first round. Even another month or two might not be enough. But Wangba and Huanchao had both passed. Is the gap in talent really that huge? But my Great Sun Fire is also a high-level talent. Could it be that Wangba and Huanchao have other unknown tricks? After all, their background is far superior to mine. He clenched his fists firmly, convinced it must be so. Mr. Mu, who was secretly listening from the side, found it all quite reasonable. He had seen Lu Miamu's talent in the newcomer Secret Realm Challenge. Back then, Lu Miamu used just a few apprentice-level spring spirits and Huanchao spring spirits to summon a huge wave more than 10 meters high, destroying the professional-level enemies guarding the gate. Back then, Mr. Mu was inexperienced and could only marvel without understanding what it was. Looking back on it now. Indeed, it was skill fusion. After the fusion, not only does the quantity increase, but the form of skill expression might completely change. Just like his magic melting furnace. Only 10 skills were used in the fusion to create the 9-headed roaring thunder flame dragon, which had several tens of times more destructive power. Lu Miamu's fusion might require more resources, and the spring spirits and Huan Chao spring spirits she was commanding were not high level, but their number, there were hundreds of them after all. As long as you can cast large-scale magic, it's not a difficult task to devour 200 to 300 enemies in one stroke. Large-scale magic is the real weapon on the battlefield. No one should be underestimated, after all. Even the seemingly soft Lu Miamu is so strong. What about the Lord Wangba, the Lord Shenlei, and the recently rising Lord Shuang Tian? Compared to them, his Tian Yuan led by a small margin in terms of rank. Today, Mu Yuan was wearing the Lu Lu model, which is a jet black suit of armor that tightly enveloped his entire body, leaving no gap exposed. He overheard these relatively private messages that were hard to find on external forums. He also heard people occasionally mentioning him. We know now that among us, those who have passed the first level are Wangba, Huan Chao, and Lord Shenlei. Of course, there's a high probability that Tian Yuan has also passed this level, but we don't have any news about him. Yet, my cousin is a senior executive in the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce, but even he can't find any information. Could it be Tian Yuan didn't come to compete at all? Or maybe our big boss Tian Yuan doesn't quite have it anymore and can't pass even the first level? Someone rebuts, that's unlikely. In my opinion, if Lord Wangba can pass the first level, the big boss Tian Yuan must have already passed the second level, he might even have passed the third one. I heard that big boss Tian Yuan likes to disguise himself. Isn't it possible that he's here with us? Haha, you're overthinking. What are the odds? Just then. Boom 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 boom. The point of light on the 7th floor at the top of the red tower was shining, becoming brighter and emitting stunning, splendid, rainbow-colored light. What's this? The recently arrived, new lords were somewhat puzzled. But the seasoned lords widened their eyes in surprise. Someone has passed the entire red tower. Who is it? Who is it? No announcement has been made in the land of challenge. However, the circle of lords is not large, and with inquiries from all sides, a lord soon got the news. It's Ba Long. So it's him. He's only been developing for more than 2 years and he's already passed the red tower, truly remarkable. Ba Long is no simple matter, he might be able to earn his spot in this Dragon Court competition, representing our Taishian. In previous years, the lords who just passed the first tower had a tough time earning their spots, right? No wonder I heard that our group this time isn't that competitive. Don't worry, we'll fight back next time. Haven't you seen that they're already working hard to train the next generation? The next round will have Tian Yuan, Wangba, Huan Chao, Shenlei, among others. Wu, just thinking about it is exciting. I hope these juniors are up to the task and can crush Shen Yao. But the situation changes rapidly. The next round is 3 or 4 years away. Who can predict what the eternal world will be like then? Why not witness a broader world, starting from this round? Mu Yuan followed the crowd and entered the gate of the red tower, his figure disappearing into the darkness. Ding! 1. Reminder, since the red tower's 4th level has been passed before, this challenge will start from the 5th level. After the formation of the Army Soul Embryo, General Deadbone and the warriors directly swept through the 4th level. The rewards from the previous 4 levels were all perfect evolution stones except for 1 flame cannon blueprint. These are not very expensive, but they are certainly useful. The enemies faced in the 5th level are far fewer in number than in the 4th, reduced to 600. Their level is also the same, at the peak of the elite level, but those were 600 elite level rare 3-star troops. In the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels, he would face stronger and more versatile enemies. From this point on, if an army has not formed the Army Soul Embryo, it would be almost impossible to advance. The force that Mu Yuan chose to send into battle was the Undead Legion of 100 men. Neither Duo Lai nor Ilo were dispatched. Only in this way could the purity of the Undead Legion be maximized. At the same time, in the sky above the vast grassland, clusters of golden light suddenly appeared, transforming into human figures entirely formed from light particles. Rare 3-star type radiant spirit. They were completely enveloped in a brilliant, gold-orange light that shimmered through their hair as if each strand were an individual glow stick. They resemble humans greatly, except for glowing all over their bodies. The male radiant spirits had sturdy bodies while the female ones are graciously curvy. As if clothed in tight leather, their figures are fully outlined. Your eyes were drawn to the blinding golden light beams springing out of them, which outshone even their bodies. These beams exploded in the sky. If the first 4 challenges were won by relying on a handful of warlord-level warriors possessing overwhelming combat power, this strategy was futile in the 5th challenge. The golden rays were too fast. In the 4th level, as long as Rakshasa's energy didn't run out, he remained invincible against threats from the giant scorpion and the nun. However, in this level, even Rakshasa can't dodge the golden rays that filled the sky. Blocking was also difficult. After all, a single warrior couldn't block light from all directions. But Yuan Corps consisted of more than one warrior. The unified undead legion was displaying its might. The merging thunderous cleaving skill and ghost's claw skill transformed into a powerful skill magnified dozens of times that instantly tore apart the dense golden rays that enveloped the sky and earth. Immediately after, charging, throwing, they launched bone spears enveloped in thick undead energy in synchronization. The energy among these spears harmonized, forming a large shadow-throwing spear that was as wide as a few meters and as long as a few dozen meters. In a flash, a dozen or so radiant spirits were completely torn apart and smashed to pieces. Seizing the opportunity while the legion was drawing fire, Rakshasa dodged into another group of radiant spirits, his spear dancing wildly, stirring up a storm of blood and gore. He could also remotely echo the nearby legion. He borrowed its energy and shared parts of the injury. The battle lasted a complete half-hour and the Yuan Corps passed the challenge even though General Deadbone barely joined the battle. They then continued to power through the 6th challenge. Reminder, you've passed the 5th level of the Red Tower and have gained Miracle Blueprints Thunder Magnetic Coil Tower, Rare. Reminder, you've passed the 6th level of the Red Tower and have gained Miracle Blueprints Alchemy Hut, Rare. These 2 rare blueprints were indeed rewarding. However, Yuan didn't pay much attention to them, his eyes stayed glued to the battlefield. The 7th level. He still had several chances to challenge it. Could he pass this level before his chances ran out? He barely held any confidence. Before his eyes, one after another radiant spirits appeared. They were all elite level at their peak. Their numbers had already increased to 1,499. Putting them aside, there was a radiant entity clad in completely different attire. He looked quite old, but had an imposing figure. His eyes sparkled as if they were alive. An orange diamond mark graced his forehead. 3 pairs of orange golden wings of light flanked his body and an orange halo floated above his head. Be it his aura or his appearance, he far surpassed the other ordinary radiant spirits. This is the hero of light. As this tower-protecting champion looked at the dead bones, he revealed his gleaming white teeth and moved his arms in a warming-up manner. Challenger, congratulations on coming to this point. I have been guarding this place with my spirit body for countless years and have witnessed challengers of all kinds. Let's see how long you, a first-timer to this place, can hold on. If you enjoy this novel, and want more videos, please subscribe.